Crews are just lining up for race 1, which is the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. There are 5 crews entered. The first from Queenwood in lane 3. It's Imogen Stewart, Ella McIntyre, Isabella Rogers, Miller Beavis, Frederica Hall is the Cox. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Abby Markham, Olivia Brill, Matilda Oderick Smith, Saskia Vanel, Isabella Wadham is the Cox and coached by Sienna Morgan. In lane 5, representing Askham, Madeline Southwell Keeley, Hayley Ip, Bianca Kovacs, Fleur Hallahan, and Isabel Razafi is the Cox. In lane 6, Roseville, Steph Atkinson, Vienna Spear, Jess Venter, Cassie Gracie, Carmen Jow is the Cox and coached by Hannah Alexander. And in lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli, Harriet Delaney, Harriet Fallon, Sophie Dobbin, Lily Heyman, Audrey Lonergan is the Cox and coached by Mietta Jones. So this is the first of the 2 heats in the second division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And then we move to the 2 heats of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. There are 10 crews entered in the 2 divisions of the Year 9 Division 2 heats, and the first 3 in each race, plus the next 3 fastest, will go through to the final later this morning. And the race is now underway. All crews got off to a good start. Crews on the outside lanes at this stage rowing very well. Queenwood in particular in lane 3. It's got about half a length lead on the balance of the field. And on this side of the course, the Loretto Kirribilli crew is also doing well. So the 2 early leaders are Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli. A little further back to St Catherine's and Roseville, and then Askham.
Thank you, John. Certainly those 2 crews on the extremities of the course, Queenwood, lane 3, and Loretto Kirribilli, lane 7, making the best of things at the moment. As the crews come to the halfway point in the race, we'll have a better idea of the margins. Certainly fine conditions for sculling this morning. The rain flattening the water out nicely, and so hopefully a nice fair competition throughout the duration of this morning's regatta.
Nothing like the heat from yesterday.
Indeed.
The girls are very fortunate. So crews have to bear in mind that they're going to be rowing a final later in the morning, so the crews may back off a little in the second 500. Except for that poor crew coming 5th, that no doubt will be pushing to come up to 4th, or at least to make sure it has one of the 3 next fastest times. But the 500 metre mark, it's Loretto Kirribilli, about half a length ahead of Queenwood, about a length further back to St Catherine's, further length back to Roseville, and then Askham.
It's race 21, the final of this race, 10:05 a.m. So not too long of a spin around time for the crews that make it into the final. Of course, it's one of the skills and one of the experiences that you develop as you come through the junior years to back up performances in a short amount of time.
But as they come up with about 200 metres to go, Loretto Kirribilli is built on that lead. So for race leaders at this stage, but 2 lengths further back to Queenwood. Then on this side of the course in lane 4, Roseville, a little further back to St Catherine's, and then Askham. So the placings haven't really changed since the first 250, 300 metres of this race.
Little thought at this stage, pressure's on that Roseville crew in lane 6, who are currently occupying 4th position and seeking to avoid elimination now.
Oh, it's the next 3 fastest, though, go through as well. So there'll be 9 crews in the final. So it's only the slowest of the 10 crews that will miss out. But Queenwood pushing very strongly towards the end now and maybe have overtaken Loretto Kirribilli. So it's Queenwood on the far side of the course. We're finishing very strongly. Loretto Kirribilli certainly has dropped their rating. They come to the last 100 metres.
Here's an almighty lift from Queenwood over there in lane 3, hoping to ward off a late surge by the Kirribilli crew on the near side. Kirribilli lane 7, Queenwood lane 3. They're going stroke for stroke in the final. I think Queenwood's going to take it just about half a length in the end. Win for Queenwood. Second place to Loretto Kirribilli. Third place going the way of St Catherine's in lane 4. Roseville in the final 20 metres or so of their race. They'll take 4th position. Askham in lane 5, a little bit further back.
So the Askham crew just coming up to the line now, and they will cross in 5th place. So the results of race 1, that was won by Queenwood, then followed Loretto Kirribilli, St Catherine's, Roseville, and then Askham. So we head back to the start with race 2, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Scull, heat number 2. 5 entries in lane 3, PLC Sydney, Vanessa Feltis, Lily Burrows, Annabelle Cameron, Maya Burnett, Grace Kinslaw is the Cox. In lane 4, Camber Girls Grammar, Alexia Franco, Carrie Baisby, Stefani Havas, Felicity Hazlitt, Elizabeth Chrismantis is the Cox. In lane 5, Tara Charlotte Winfield, Tara Maley, Caitlin Ioano, Avery New, Daya Mishra is the Cox. In lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst, Annie Shepherd, Camilla Ogilvie, Constance Whitaker, Neve McGowan, Harriet Portelli is the Cox, coached by Olivia Lucas and Isaac Shepherd. And in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, Pimble Ladies, Rose Bennett, Dimity Love, Sky Mitchell, Emma Lloyd, and Jessica Pickford is the Cox. So that's heat 2 of the Division 2, just reminding everyone that the first 3 in each heat go through to the final, and the next 3 fastest crews. So there'll be 9 crews in the final.
We have a Pimble Ladies College crew in this race in lane 7. Of course, Pimble Ladies, the incumbent champions in this trophy in 2025. So keeping an eye on the Pimble crews out there this morning, defending their trophy today.
Crews just coming up to the start line now. Boat race officials anxious to ensure that the crews are all in an even line before the race gets underway.
Fairly solid line, having been organised by the starters at the 1,000 metre mark. We are underway in race 2, the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And on your screen, if you're joining us online or if you're out here at the Regatta Centre having a look at the big screen, it's the Pimble Ladies College crew in lane 7, nearest to the camera. And a strong start, as I mentioned, Pimble Ladies College, the title defenders in this event from 2025. Certainly looks as though Normanhurst in lane 6 and Pimble Ladies in lane 7 have gotten out to a strong start. But it's difficult to tell at this stage of the race. We'll have a better idea as the camera pans around as the crews approach the halfway point in the race. But certainly, John, that Loretto crew in lane 6, looking as though it's out in front, perhaps on terms with that Pymble Ladies crew in lane 7 on the near side of the course.
Yes, Pymble and Loretto Normanhurst certainly vying for the lead as they move up to the 500 metre mark. Pymble maybe, I think, probably half a length ahead, but Normanhurst certainly pressing them from lane 6. Then on the far side, it's PLC Sydney and Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd and 4th place, and then a little further back to Tara in 5th. So they come up now to approach the 500 metre mark. So it's Pymble, Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar, then PLC Sydney. All 4 boats overlapping at this stage. So a good race at the 500 metre mark, and a little further back then to Tara. So the 500 metre mark, Pymble was about a third of a length ahead of Loretto Normanhurst. So tight racing for a heat. So the heats will determine the lane draw. So there's a difference between coming first and second. Crews prefer to be in the middle of the course so they can see what's happening on either side. And of course, you put girls in a boat or you put rowers in a boat, they always want to cross the line first, irrespective of whether it's a heat or final, but they just hope they don't put too much effort in a heat, particularly as the final's only 2 hours away.
And certainly another consideration with the progression the way that it is, with the next 3 fastest crews also qualifying for the final, that boat that crosses the line 4th place or is in 4th position isn't wanting to slow down at all towards the line in hope of putting down a fast time to contend with the rest of the 4th place getters across the other divisions. But certainly a big push coming over the far side from that crew in Canberra Girls Grammar colours in lane 4. And Loretto and Pymble Ladies College also having a strong tussle over here on the near side of the course. And the support now flaring up from the grandstand.
So Pymble maintaining that lead over Normanhurst, a little further back to Canberra Girls Grammar, finishing strongly, then across to PLC Sydney in 4th, and in 5th place Tara. But Pymble will hold on to that lead as they come up with about 80 metres to go, barring any disaster. Loretto Normanhurst though, holding them, but will be pipped at the line.
Pymble Ladies College now consolidating their lead of about a boat length in the end. Congratulations. They win the second heat of Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Loretto Normanhurst takes 2nd place. 3rd place to Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4. 4th place to PLC Sydney in lane 3. And a little further back to Tara School, who is in the final 100 or metres of their race or so.
So again, a pretty sharp time for that Division 2 Year 9 race, 3:54.73. That was marginally ahead of Queenwood, who won the first heat in 3:54.82. So there'll be some very tight racing in the final, we expect, at 10 o'clock in this event. And Tara crosses the line. Now, coming down the course, we've got the first heat of Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. 5 crews in Roseville in lane 3. Jasmine Coker, Eleanor Foster, Millie Hawkins, Alicia Jenkins, Libby Atkinson as the Cox. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli, Charlie Orth, Addie Bartlett, Juliet Cortez, Lulu Chidgey, Francesca Fleming as the Cox. In lane 5, Ascombe, Amelia Butler, Emily Zhu, Hannah Kyle, Poppy Mallet, India Balderstone as the Cox. In lane 6, PLC Sydney, Anna Prokhorov, Zara Rutherford, Mila Stewart, Lara Sangster, Eleanor Short is the Cox. In lane 7, close to the grandstand again, Pymble Ladies, Eloise Gavinar, Daisy Lay, Edith Cullinane, Lily Oldfield and Annabelle Stack is the Cox. But again, Pymble dominating from lane 7, clear race leaders, about a length ahead of Roseville, length and a half further back to PLC, then Loretto Kirribilli and Ascombe.
Well, the Pymble crew's certainly working hard to defend the title this year. Pymble Ladies College, as you say, John, doing really well on this near side of the course. Roseville not too far back, though, probably only half a length, and Pymble certainly not home and hosed just quite yet, but certainly work to do from the Roseville Scullers over there in lane 3. Loretto Kirribilli also doing their best in lane 4 just to keep in touch with the race leaders. But Pymble Ladies College in the final 30 metres or so of the race now, looking poised now to claim a win in race 3 of this morning's program. Congratulations to Pymble. Second place going to Roseville in lane 3. Third place to Loretto Kirribilli. Fourth place is going to PLC Sydney, my apologies, in lane 6. And Liascombe in lane 5 to finalise this race. Unofficially, that race was run by Pymble Ladies in a slightly faster time, 3 minutes 51. Another shot across the bow early on in this regatta by the Pymble Ladies College crews.
So next race on the program is race 4, which is the second heat of the Division 1 Year 9 sculls, quad sculls. In lane 3, representing St Catherine's, Cadence Lim, Isabel Hartley, Pippa Dodwell, Sophia Dunkley, Estelle Glass, coached by Ashley Fitch. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Olive Mufaraj, Alexandra Kodaris, Erin Riley, Grace Fogarty, and Sienna Gately is the cocks. In lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst, Clara Bradford, Charlotte Horden-Smith, Camille Lamp, Sarah Murray, Ava Forrester is the cocks, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Olivia Lucas. In lane 6, Queenwood, Charlotte Butlin, Elizabeth Anuki, Lucinda Hughes, Manola Taylor and Cara Sheeran is the cocks. In lane 7, Tara, Kitty York, Amelia Duffy, Olivia Peach, Chelsea Hodges and Zara Wickeramage is the cocks. That's heat 2 of Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Squad Sculls, which is underway.
A fairly tense affair unfolding on the competition lake by all appearances, John. It's as the crews approach the halfway, it might well be the crew in St Catherine's colours over there in lane 3 on the far side of the course, who are enjoying a narrow lead ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4. And then back to Loretto Normanhurst at Queenwood. It's Queenwood currently occupying 3rd place. And then Loretto Normanhurst 1 and Tara School a little bit further back in lane 7.
Yes, a very nice row from St Catherine's. The St Catherine's rowing program, relatively young compared with many of the other schools, but has emerged very strongly as one of the leading rowing schools at the moment. And very strong in the Year 9 First Division, which is a very significant division for the girls to compete in. So Queenwood doing very well at the moment from lane 6. A little further back, next to them on the right-hand side is Tara, but on the left of them is the balance of the crews in this race. So it's Queenwood leading from St Catherine's, but being pressed by Canberra Girls Grammar and Loretto Normanhurst, and then Tara. But coming up now with 150 metres to go. One could almost throw a blanket over the top 3 crews. Very tight finish, but St Catherine's pushing back. On this side, it's Queenwood. A little further back to Canberra Girls Grammar, only half a length back, and then half a length back to Loretto Normanhurst.
St Catherine's being pushed all the way to the line now. Question is whether they've done enough in the early stage of this race just to ward off these late assaults now by the crews on the near side of the course. Lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar pushing them all the way, but also have a look now the crew in lane 6, Queenwood pushing them all the way. St Catherine's is going to hang on just narrowly. It's back then to Canberra Girls 2nd. Queenwood claimed 3rd place, 4th place going the way of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5. And Tara School in lane 7 is taking the final few strokes of their race in lane 7. A really close race, that one, John.
Incredibly close. And it was only a heat. So again, I think it will be a very exciting final. And the time was 3:50:15. So about a second, almost 2 seconds faster than the Pymble winners of the first heat, but Pymble wasn't pushed nearly as much as St Catherine's was then.
And so we're moving now to 2,000 metre racing in race 5. We move to the senior events for the moment. The schoolgirl double scull, first heat of that event. As you can see on the live stream if you're joining us there, or on the big screen out here at the Regatta Centre. That race is assembling itself down at the 2,000 metre starting blocks. And the progression similarly will be that the first 3 crews across the line will progress through the final in race 30, and then the next 3 fastest crews. Now 2 heats of this event. In lane 2, representing Queenwood, is Karcher Cassidy and Julie Fishman. Lane 3 from Askham, Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebilliard. Lane 4 is Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Fleur Baisby and Hannah Watch. In lane 5, Pymble Ladies College, represented by Rosalie Eggins and Claudia Hodder. Lane 6 is Loretto Normanhurst, Ava Smith and Maggie Hall. In lane 7 is Pymble Ladies College, Serena Cummings and Charlotte Blakelock. That race is scheduled to start in about 5 minutes' time, so we'll do that as soon as it gets underway. All right, we're underway in race 5. That race, the roll call we did just a moment ago. It's the first heat of the schoolgirl double scull, over 2,000 metres, and so we're now moving into a bit of a different game, a longer race, and certainly a difficult in other ways to racing over 1,000 metres, which of course the girls do in the earlier age categories, and they reach year 10 and move into the 2,000 metre racing. And so the first of 2 heats in this event, as we said earlier, the first 3 crews across the line will progress through to the final, race 30, and then the next 3 fastest crews. Race 30 taking place at 10 past 11 this morning. So plenty of action yet to unfold. And just looking across these crews, some certainly a good amount of duplication of effort yesterday and today from a number of these crews. Recognise many of these names from the Kings PLC Regatta. We saw blistering heat out here, so a welcome change for many of these athletes out on the water at the moment, being treated to cool drops of rain, hopefully, but
so the crew,
they're concerned.
Yeah. So the crew in picture at the moment is Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard, and they're representing Askham. Askham in the process of rebuilding their program at the moment, and it's exciting to see, in particular that Askham had 2 Year 9 quads.
So the Askham program under Lizzie Chapman as senior coach at that program. I've gone from strength to strength this season and last season. So congratulations to Askham on the progression of their program. Chloe Hitchens, Sammy Rebillard, race leaders at the moment. Yeah, this is crew coached by Oliver Klotz and Lizzie Chapman.
So crew's just passing the 500 metre mark. So at this stage of the race, it's the 3 leading crews are Pymble, Canberra Girls Grammar and Askham. So it's the Askham crew we've mentioned of Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Fleur Baseby and Hannah Watch, and the Pymble Ladies crew of Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder. And then a little further back on this side of the course are the crews in lane 6 from Roberto Normanhurst and the Pymble Ladies number 3 crew of Serena Cummings and Charlotte Blacklock. And then on the far side of the course in lane 2 is the Queenwood crew of Kadia Cassidy and Julie Fishman.
So this race spreading out a bit. We've just seen Askham and Pymble Ladies College across the 1,000 metre mark, first and second respectively, and spreading out a little bit now. Plenty of water left to row. So it'll be fascinating to watch that competition unfold over the final 750 metres or so of this race between Askham in lane 3 and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4.
So Pymble rowing very nicely in lane 5. Looks like, Michael, they're the race leaders at this stage.
Yeah, they've made up ground on the Askham crew for sure, and
Askham dropping back a bit, I think.
Yes.
Now. Yes, I think it's Pymble, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then Askham. And then Loreto Normanhurst, Pymble Ladies. And Queenwood, if they're in the race, are... Yes, Queenwood quite a few lengths back in 6th place.
This is Pymble Ladies College, represented by Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder. out in the lead. They are making things look very easy at the moment, and have extended the advantage ahead of Askham, who were the early race leaders. And there they go through their 1,500 metres. Askham in lane 3, just passing through now, as is a Canberra Girls Grammar. That's Fleur Baseby and Hannah Watch. And of course, being the heat, each of these crews will know that a first 3 across the line will qualify them for the finals. And so perhaps the intensity of a final yet to come later on in the program, but certainly a really important hit out on the regatta course this morning in this heat for each of these crews.
So after the first 3 crews, we then have Loretto Normanhurst, Pimble Ladies number 3, and then Queenwood. The top 3 placings seem to be relatively settled, although Canberra Girls Grammar is challenging Askham for second position and may have just rode through them.
Yeah, have a look at this surge from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4. They've just raised the rate of striking, are really throwing the bodies back with so much force now. They're hoping to knock the Askham crew down into 3rd position at this stage as the race enters its final 200 metres or so. Pimble Ladies College, no doubt about it, they are the race leaders, but Canberra Girls Grammar really just challenging Askham. Askham have got to respond now if they want to hang on to that second place as the boys turn red. We enter the final 100 metres or so of the race. Pimble Ladies College, well, they can just look back and watch the carnage unfold behind them, because they are, barring disaster, going to be the winners. They've just had a couple of dirty strokes there, but still in the lead. Askham now contending stroke for stroke with Canberra Girls Grammar, and I think they might have just snatched the lead back from them, John. Canberra Girls may have shot their shot, and I think it is going to be...
Very, very good response from Askham there.
Yes.
Very nice response, although Askham slowing just as they cross, but Askham hold on about a 1/3 of a length. Good canvas ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar. So Pimble, Canberra Girls, Askham, then Canberra Girls Grammar. A little further back to our 4th place, which will be Loretto Normanhurst. And then Pimble number 3 crew, and then Queenwood. But a very tight finish for the first 3, again auguring well for the final, for a very tight race.
Absolutely no shortage of drama there. The crews exchanging blows even towards the line in the heat, so absolutely a fascinating final developing later this morning. A strong finish now coming from the Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 6. It's Ava Smith and Maggie Hall. Crossing the line now in 4th place. And the Pimble Ladies College crew in lane 7 and the Queenwood crew in lane 2 yet to finish.
And racing on the course now is race 6, which is the second heat of the schoolgirl double scull. There are 5 entries. Lane 3, Roseville, Lily Coonan and Sabine Baird. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies number 2 crew, Edwina Harrington and Amber Eisenhower. In lane 5, Queenwood number 1 crew, Eloise Lindfelt and Genevieve Hayes. And lane 6, Monty St Angelo, Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong. And in lane 7, Winona, Arabella Turner-Smith and Erica Nutt. This is Pimble number 3 crew now comes up to the line in race 5, and they will take out 5th position. That's Serena Cummings and Charlotte Blacklock. So Michael, in race 6 we've got crews from Monty St Angelo and Winona, both probably row at clubs. They're both coached by Joshua Hewitt. You might know which club they row with.
Yes.
Is it Mossman or?
Yes, it's those programs operating out of the Mossman Boat Club out there at the Middle Harbour course of water. Of course, a fantastic place to row, and it's where also, of course, Loretto Kirribilli bases their program.
And Queenwood and Skegs Redlands.
Indeed. So
In a brand new shed, or at least it was a brand new shed when it was built about 10 years ago. But
a very busy section of water there up at Middle Harbour these days. Just crossing the line now is that final Queenwood crew in lane 6. But yes, these Monty St Angelo and Winona crews coached by Joshua Hewitt.
And they're both rowing very well and probably leading the field, those two crews, in this race. Winona was one of the very first schools to row, but many years later had a choice between rowing and a boarding house, and chose the boarding house. But they did have a full rowing program in the late 90s, and it's great to see some Winona girls now being given the opportunity to row for their school, although they probably, as I've indicated, row out of Mossman with Mossman coaches.
For the moment, it's that Monty St Angelo crew, Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong in lane 6, commanding a significant lead ahead of that Winona crew in lane 7, Arabella Turner-Smith and Erica Nutt.
And a bit further back to the Queenwood number 1 crew and Pimble Ladies number 2. And it appears we only had 4 starters in this race. So Roseville does not appear to have started. But that Monty crew rowing very slow rate, but very controlled. And preserving their energy, no doubt, for the final. Get a good run with each stroke. And very nice and neat blade work.
So John, this Monty St Angelo crew is Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong competed a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta, where they were winners in the women's under-19 double scull, on that occasion rowing in the Mossman Rowing Club colours, as you alluded to earlier. And they are looking all but certain now to claim a win in the second heat of the schoolgirl double scull.
Yeah, very, very nice rowing from those two girls.
And content, of course, just to row right through by the looks of things. Second place going now to Winona, Arabella Turner-Smith and Erica Nutt. Also competed at the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta a couple of weeks ago. A bit of a tighter affair unfolding now between Queenwood and Pimble Ladies College, but it is going to be Queenwood in lane 5 that sees third place, ahead of Pimble Ladies in lane 4. So race...
Race 6.
Yes.
So it's always a statement for a crew just to continue rowing from the finish back to the pontoon.
Yeah, certainly a shot across the bow for the final. All right, and we'll move now to race 7, which is currently underway. It's the first heat of the schoolgirl single scull. We've got 2 heats in this event. In lane 1, representing PLC Sydney, is Jessica Burrows. In lane 2, from Tara School, Victoria Eaton. In lane 3, from Pimble Ladies, is Arabella Murphy. In lane 4, from Canberra Girls Grammar, is Meg Story. In lane 5, from Winona, is Sophia Stevenson. In lane 6, from Tara School, Sydney McCartney. Lane 7, from Abbotsleigh, Matilda Marconis. And in lane 8, from Monty St Angelo, is Catherine Walsh. Now that race is underway, and it's probably approaching the 1,000 metre mark in 30 seconds or so.
2,000 metre. Oh, sorry.
Just on screen there, you can see Jessica Burrows in the colours of Pimble. Oh, that's Arabella Murphy. Apologies, in lane 3. And Meg Story of Canberra Girls Grammar. We saw her compete yesterday at the PLC Kings Regatta. A couple of strong performances there. But for the moment, looks as though it's Catherine Walsh, Monty St Angelo in the lead. 4 minutes 13 approximately through the 1,000 metres. So the first three crews across the line, well, they're contending with each other. The race is a bit spread out now. It's across the line there. Matilda Marconis in the Abbottsley colours and Jessica Burrows PLC Sydney colours over there in lane 1. Plenty of water yet to row. Certainly our race leaders emerging and making themselves known early in this race, John.
Yes, they are. And again, it's we might call them the smaller rowing schools, but the schools that have the opportunity for their girls to row through clubs doing very well. The Monty St Angelo, Winona, Winona and Abbottsley. So Joshua Hewitt again coaching the Winona and Monty St Angelo scullers. I'm not sure, Sam Fennessy, which club's he with? Do you know,
UTS
Michael?
Haberfield Rowing Club. So
right.
Tilda Marconis doing a rowing down there at Iron Cove and doing very well as well, reportedly. Yeah, really enjoying her time under the tutelage of Sam Fennessy, who's high performance coach at UTS Haberfield, having moved up from Mercantile Rowing Club down in Melbourne a couple of years ago, and has really taken control of that girls program at UTS really well. And so Matilda, one of the beneficiaries of Sam's tutelage. But for the moment,
I think it's still Catherine Walsh in the lead from closest to grandstand. That's lane 8. Then the other contenders are Matilda McConis in lane 7, McConis, and then in lane 4, Meg Story doing very well for Canberra Girls Grammar.
That's right, just Catherine Walsh passing through the 1,500 metres on the screen. So she's got probably a 2 lengths over Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar, then a little bit back to Arabella Murphy from Pymble Ladies College. So those are the 1, 2 and 3 qualifiers at this stage. And lane 5 is just passing through Sophia Stevenson in the Winona colours. A bit back then to lane 7, Matilda Marconis and Jessica Burrows from PLC Sydney. And just as the rain intensifies a little bit, flatten the water out very nicely for these scullers, and just perfect conditions for racing this morning.
So at the IGSA Regatta, rowers are generally only entitled to row in one race, and given the program, most of the larger schools will have their strongest rowers rowing in the 8s and 4s, so that it does give the smaller schools an opportunity to excel. But the girls that have been winning from Monty St Angelo and Winona have been rowing exceptionally well and are very accomplished scullers.
So Meg Story of the Canberra Girls Grammar just doing her best to stay in touch with Catherine Walsh of Monty St Angelo, our race leader, and she has been for I think the whole of this race. And Catherine Walsh just lifting her rate of striking slightly as she comes across the grandstand and putting herself through the gears in preparation for the final, no doubt, later on, race 31.
And Sophia Stevenson holding that second position. I'm sorry, Meg Story.
Yes, Meg Story in lane 4 of
yes.
Canberra Girls Grammar, currently occupying second position. But it's all going the way of Catherine Walsh from Monty St Angelo, and she's going to claim a win in this first heat of the schoolgirls single scull. Monty St Angelo colours. And at second place, we'll go to Meg Story, and she's sculling very calmly indeed, John, just across the line. And
yes, she is. Yep. Rowing very set pace, very slowly, very controlled.
And Arabella Murphy, Pymble Ladies College, now crossing the line in third place. And she'll be followed across by Sophia Stevenson of Winona in lane 5. followed by Matilda Marconis of Abbottsley, who claims 5th, and then back to Jessica Burrows of PLC Sydney in 6th position. The 2 scullers yet to finish. Tara School's Sydney McCartney in lane 6, and then back to Victoria Eaton, also of Tara School, in lane 2.
And while those 2 girls finish their race, we have also on the course race 8, which is the second heat of the schoolgirl single scull. There are 7 entries. In lane 2, representing Winona, Heidi Heap. Lane 3, Lera Normanhurst, Lucy Hannaford. Lane 4, PLC Sydney, Emily Barrett. Lane 5, Pimble Ladies number 2, Sculler, Claire Fiara. Lane 7, Isabel Bugg from Askham. Piper Walker from Tara in lane 7. And Amitra Ranjan from Tara in lane 8. That's heat 2 of the schoolgirl single scull, race 8 on the program. So just finishing off race 7. Sydney McCartney was 7th, and just crossing the line now is Victoria Eaton in 8th position. So the results of race 7 was won by Catherine Walsh of Monty St Angelo, Meg Story from Camber Girls Grammar in 2nd, Arabella Murphy from Pimble in 3rd, Sophia Stevenson from Winona in 4, Matilda McConis from Abbottsley in lane 5, lane 6th place went to Jessica Burrows from PLC Sydney. 7th was Sydney McCartney from Tara, and Victoria Eaton from Tara was 8th. So perhaps as expected, Isabel Bugg from Askham leading the race at this stage from lane 6. And also doing well is Emily Barrett from PLC. And she's rowing from lane 4. They appear to be the 2 race leaders at this stage. A little further back then to Claire Fiara from Pimble Ladies number 2, Sculler.
And certainly keeping an eye on Isabel Bugg, John. She's one of the, been a very impressive sculler over recent times out here at the Regatta Centre. Made the A final at the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships in the women's under 17 age category. So certainly a very proficient sculler, and under the tutelage of Lydia Chapman and Oliver Klotz this morning in the Askham colours at lane 6, and she goes through the 1,000 in the lead.
Yeah, she's done very well over the years and has really dominated single sculling in her divisions as she's moved up through the ranks. I think she rowed yesterday one of the IGSA representative rates, didn't she? I think it might have even been the first IGSA boat. So although she's a sculler, she can also do sweep. So as they approach the 1500 metre mark, Isabel Bug remains race leader. Emily Barrett from PLC still in second, then Claire Fiara from Pimble Ladies in third. And probably Lucy Hannaford from Normanhurst. And then back to Amatra Ranjan from Tara.
Yes, we did see Isabel Bug compete yesterday, John. The King's PLC Regatta. She competed in the schoolgirl single scull, and as you mentioned, in the schoolgirl representative 8, one of the IGSA crews. So the pointy end of competition, these scullers versatile enough to swap between sweep oar and sculling. But certainly rowing very finely indeed in the lead, and she's probably extended that margin ahead of Emily Barrett of PLC Sydney and Heidi Heap. Of course, another young sculler who's impressed this season, rowing in the Mossman colours ordinarily, but competing for her school, Winona, today. Isabel Bug just there on the screen, very much in control of this race. You can just see she's looking out across her stroke side to see where where her rivals are currently placed, and you would think, given the progression in this event, Isabel Bug's content to preserve her energy ahead of the final later on in this morning's program. She looks across at Emily Barrett, Heidi Heap.
And then a little bit further back to Claire Fiara from Pimble Ladies. And then in lane 8, close to the grandstand, Amatra Ranjan from Tara. But the first 3 places first 5 places are really well settled as they come up towards the line. Isabel Bug, then Emily Barrett, Heidi Heap, then Claire Fiara and Amatra Ranjan. So all scullers, at least the first 3 or 4, certainly keeping their energy for the final.
But perhaps a little bit of distance made up on Isabel Bug by Emily Barrett in lane 4 in those final 250 metres. But certainly not enough to challenge Isabel Bug for a win in this race. She claims it by about a boat length in the end. Win for Askham. And Isabel Bug, second place going the way of PLC Sydney, is Emily Barrett. Third place to Heidi Heap of Winona. Fourth place now to lane 5, Claire Ferreira of Pimble Ladies College.
I suspect the final won't be quite so close.
Just contending with the lane markers now. Some Piper Walker, I think, of the Tara School.
Is it Piper Walker or what lane bow number is it? I think it might be Amatra Ranjan if it's bow number 8. Yes. So following this race is race 9, which is the schoolgirl year 9 single scull, and that is a final. And there are 4 entries: Kincoppel, Coco Harley, so again a school that doesn't have a full rowing program, so Coco no doubt rows at a club. Lily Bredon from Roseville, Lucy Reardon from Loretto Normanhurst, and Sophia Gray from Winona.
And Amatra Ranjan just finalising this field in race 8, the second and final heat of the schoolgirl single scull.
So the final of the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull is underway. That's race 9. As I mentioned, 4 entries: Kincoppel, Roseville, Loretto, Normanhurst and Winona. And they're rowing from lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. The time for Isabel Bugg in the previous heat, that's the second heat of the schoolgirl single scull, was 9 minutes 3.3. So much slower than the first heat, but Isabel Bugg certainly was preserving her energy for the final.
So John, this early stage of race 9, the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, looks as though Sophia Gray in the Winona colours gotten away to a really fast start and setting a cracking pace early on. You can see just at the top of the screen, Lily Brennan of Roseville as well.
Yes, they're certainly the two that got the best of the start. But Sophia Gray seems to be pulling away from the rest of the field. So a very strong race from her so far in race 9, the final of the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. It's our first final for today. And the girls will be presented with their medals at the conclusion of the race. So the IGSA medals are presented to first, second and third in each of the finals on the program today. So it's Sophia Gray closest grandstand on the far side. Coco Harley from Kincoppel is probably in second place. Then third is Lucy Reardon from Loretto Normanhurst, and then Lily Brennan from Roseville. Although Lucy Reardon seems to be pushing back, so it's going to be a tight race for second and third. So the 500 metre mark, it was Sophia Gray was about 2.5 lengths ahead of Coco Harley, who was a length ahead of Lucy Reardon, and then back to Lily Brennan from Roseville.
Yes, Sophia Gray, as we mentioned, some of these other schools without an established rowing program on the premises. Sophia Gray doing her rowing out of the Mossman Boat Club with the tutelage of Kieran Kabelke, whose program has just gone from strength to strength in the recent seasons, and so in some ways unsurprising we see Sophia Gray in the lead, but certainly not out of the woods yet. Strong push coming over the far side from Coco Harley, but the lead is probably about a boat length so far. And this is the first final of this morning's program.
And a good battle for third place, that bronze medal between Lucy Reardon and Lily Brennan. So Loretto, Normanhurst and Roseville competing strongly for that bronze medal. But Sophia Gray holding that lead with about 80 metres to go.
Yeah, and John, she just looked over at Coco Harley of Kincoppel and seen that she's raised her rate of striking, looking to give her a scare towards the end, but she's responded, has Sophia Gray, and she's looking poised now to claim the win. But look at the battle for unfolding for that bronze medal, and I think Lily Brennan of Roseville is just overcoming Lucy Reardon of Loretto Normanhurst in these final stages. A couple of missed strokes there, and it'll be a win for Sophia Gray and Winona. Second place is going the way of Kincoppel. A couple of missed strokes there just on the line from Coco Harley, but she's done enough just to scrape over the line. And then Lily Brennan coming from behind and claims third place in this event, and Lucy Reardon settling for fourth place in the Loretto colours. Plenty of drama in that one, John.
Yes, Lily Brennan certainly wasn't going to give up on that bronze medal. She fought back very strongly and crossed the line ahead of Lucy Reardon. But a very nice finish for all 4 scullers. Very competitive racing in our first final. We now move to race 10, which is the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. There are 4 double sculls on the course. In lane 3, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Ava Forrester and Claire Kabul, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, Ascombe, Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown, coached by Mitchell Caponis. In lane 5, Tara, Dora He and Siona Mishra. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies, Bronte Cardno and Annabelle Stack.
Just as we're waiting for race 10 to come down, a reminder to all athletes and coaches, if you place first, second or third in your final, please do come straight to the medal presentation podium at the front of the grandstand to have the presentation.
So at this stage of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, it's the Ascombe crew rowing very nicely out in front, Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown. And then tight race for second between Pimble Ladies number 1 crew and Tara. That's Pimble Ladies, Bronte Cardno and Annabelle Stack. And Tara represented by Dora He and Siona Mishra. And a little further back to Lera Normanhurst, Ava Forrester and Claire Kabul. But Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown at this stage of the race have built a very commanding lead, probably 6 or 7 lengths ahead of the second placed Tara rowers. That's Dora He and Siona Mishra. Then about 4 lengths further back to Pimple Ladies, Bronte Cardno and Annabelle Stack. And then a couple lengths further back to Ava Forrester and Claire Kabul from Lera Normanhurst.
So we saw this combination yesterday, John, at the PLC Kings Regatta. Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown. They claim a win in the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull yesterday, and similarly, the margin was very, very flattering indeed, and similar performance out here today for that combination of Rebillard and Brown.
And keeping that straight row up as they come up to the finish, they're not slowing down at all. So a very strong finish from that Ascombe crew.
High fives all round. Well done to Ascombe and Jess Rebillard. Second place. Looking poised to go to Dora Hay and Siona Mishra from Tara School in lane 5. But have a look at the real battle, John, between Pimble Ladies College in lane 6 and Lera Normanhurst in lane 3 for that bronze medal. And it's really quite close in the end, going stroke for stroke now. Pimble Ladies, Bronte Cardno, Annabelle Stack in lane 6, and Ava Forrester and Claire Kabul in lane 3. And it's really, really tight. Pimble Ladies College just opening up a little bit of a gap in the final couple of strokes. Can Normanhurst respond? I think it's just going to go the way of Pimble Ladies College.
Yes, no, definitely Pimble third, Lera Normanhurst fourth. It's amazing what having 3 medals means to the end of these races. So say in the Olympics, the 2 medals you don't want to win are a silver or missing out of 4th place.
Well, congratulations to each of those crews and to Pimble Ladies College. Bronte Cardno, Annabelle Stack just held their hand on the stove a little bit longer to snatch the final medal in that race off of Lera Normanhurst.
Yes, doing final of. Medal presentation now for race 9, the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. The medals are being presented by Dr. Burgess, who's the principal of PLC Sydney. The 3rd place getters, the bronze medalists in race 9, Lily Brennan from Roseville. Silver medalist Coco Harley from Kincoppel, and the gold medal was won by Sophia Gray from Winona. Congratulations, girls. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks.
Thanks, John. We'll have a start shortly, by the looks of things, in race 11. The Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5. This race is a final. And as the crews assemble themselves down at the 1,000 metres, the starting position, run through these names. Lane 2 is a Queenwood crew represented by Auburn Emery, Mackenzie Brayton-Bach, Cora Talbot-Stern and Sophia Proud, coxed by Isla Robertson. In lane 3, a Queenwood crew as well, Annie Zhu, Michelle Deng, Emily Vanderploeg and Jessica Bailey, coxed by Savvy Lowe. In lane 4 is a crew from St Catherine's, represented by Luella Dady, Eva Lewis, Lily Corkill and Elsa Clark-Jago, coxed by Ella Smith. In lane 5 is another Queenwood crew represented by Kalia Fallon, Olive Houtmer, Charlotte Garland and Ayesha Cameron, coxed by Izzy Ingram. And in lane 6 is a Loretto Kirribilli crew represented by Annabelle Fisk, Maeve Hannon, Madison Lee, Millie Scott, and their coxswain is Marley Ray.
Crew's just coming up for a start for race 11. Starter nearly has a line.
Yeah, it's often quite difficult to get the starters in line, but they're underway. And a couple of splashes and some chaos going down there at the starting blocks, but good start for that Loretto crew in the near side of the course.
Stroke picked up very quickly that little crab that was caught. But Loretto Kirribilli crew now recovered and have joined the balance of the race. Nice start from Queenwood number 1 crew, rowing next to them.
You can just see some of these crews just contending with each other's timing in the boat. It's one of those skills in the early stages of one's rowing career, that learning to row in time in a quadruple scull. Plenty going on, 8 oars and 4 different sets of timing, all having to come together at once. This St Catherine's crew, you can see from the perspective of our BRO camera, having to contend with the lane markers on their bow side as well, so hopefully that's not disrupting them too much.
What people don't often recognise is the cox's view is not as great as one would hope.
Just 4 heads bobbing up and down.
In front of them.
Yes, that's right. Looks to me, John, as though that Queenwood crew in lane 5, who made the best of things off the start, probably had the least disruption.
Yes, no, I agree. They seem to be crab-free and rowing very nicely out in front. On their right, as we look at it, on their left is the Loretto Kirribilli crew that seems to be only about half a length behind them. And then on the far side of the course, it's the crew, the other Queenwood number 3 crew rowing well from lane 3. Then back a bit to the St Catherine's crew that we saw encountering those difficulties. And then at the very far side is the Queenwood number 2 crew. Now we're just moving up. Thanks. We now move to the presentations for the winners and place getters in race number 10, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. In 3rd place, representing Pymble Ladies, Bronte Cardno and Annabelle Stack. A few girls haven't watched enough Olympics, I think. So 3rd place, the Pymble crew, Bronte Cardno and Annabelle Stack. Again, the medals being presented by Dr. Jim Burgess, the principal of PLC Sydney. The silver medalists from Tara School, Dora Hay and Siona Mishra. And our gold medal and winners of race 10 of the Year 9 double scull from representing Ascombe, Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown. Congratulations to the winners and place getters in race 10, the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull.
Thank you, John. Plenty of action unfolding out here on the competition lake. It's actually that crew from Loretto Kirribilli that we've has just come through their arrivals on the near side of the course. Of course, they had to contend with some timing issues in the start of this race, a couple of crabs as well, and we saw them take off from the start, but they have come through and overpowered the Queenwood boats in lane 5 and in lane 3. So those are the three crews at the moment who are looking poised to claim the silverware. But Loretto Kirribilli, it's Annabelle Fisk, Maeve Hannon, Madison Lee, Millie Scott and Marley Ray. Well, they've come through just from behind to snatch the lead off of these Queenwood crews and looking poised now to claim a win, barring any disasters. The second place in silver medals looking a little bit less clear. A little bit between Queenwood in lane 5 and Queenwood in lane 3. And that'll be really tight as they come into the line. Certainly no doubt about the leaders. Loretto Kirribilli now, they raise their rate of striking and just looking to consolidate that advantage. The lead will be probably 2 lengths in the end from Loretto Kirribilli. Congratulations. Second place is going to be really, really tight between Queenwood 5 and Queenwood 3. Just on the surge, it'll go to lane 5. That's Fallon, Holt, McGarland and Cameron.
So sort of a half canvas in that between second and third. Very tight finish between those two Queenwood crews. And now St Catherine's comes up to the line. Small crab just at the end, but they'll cross in 4th place. And then the Queenwood number 2 crew will complete the race from lane 2. But a wonderful recovery there from Loretto Kirribilli after a rather shaky start. So a terrific row from that Loretto Kirribilli crew. Very tight row though too between the two Queenwood crews, Queenwood 1 and Queenwood 3. And Queenwood 2 now coming up to the line to take 5th place.
We'll move right along because race 12 is underway. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. In lane 2 is Pymble Ladies College, Bianca Tan, Valentina McAndrews, Charlotte Lamb and Olivia Beaumont, Cox by Phoebe Toynton. In lane 3 is Roseville, comprised of Claire Goatley, Isla Hughes, Evie Craig, Sophie Thomas and Isabella Boca. In lane 4 is Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Michaela Gomez, Lily Rowe, Samara Chung, Lexi Eagleton and Vivian Chen. In lane 5 is Queenwood, represented by Florence Jones, Natalie Aherabide, Lucinda Terry and Bronte Russell, Cox by Emma Woods. In lane 6 is St Catherine's, Diana Dine, Zali Carter, Zaria Lonergan and Thea Hayward, Cox by Charlotte Rosenthal. In lane 7 is Loretto Kirribilli, Ava Maria Iacono, Harriet Stanton, Annabelle McPherson, Izzy Wallace and Amelia Schmidt. And finally in lane 8, Loretto Normanhurst, Abby Kane, Lily Sam, Sienna Weston, Macy Palmer and Harriet Portelli, their coxswain. How is this one unfolding, John?
Well, I think Queenwood certainly rowing very strongly out in front. Loretto Normanhurst and Loretto Kirribilli vying for second. Normanhurst, I think, has just overtaken and pipped Loretto Kirribilli that was ahead at the 500, but it's Queenwood, Loretto Normanhurst, then Loretto Kirribilli. And then a little further back to St Catherine's, then Canberra Girls Grammar, Roseville and Pymble Ladies.
Yeah, that Roseville crew over there in lane 3 is certainly not out of it either. The race leaders certainly clear lane 5 Queenwood. That's Jones, Aherabide, Terry, Russell and Woods. No doubt about it. They are in the ascendancy and certainly barring disaster, they're looking poised to claim the title this year. But second place, it is absolutely anyone's guess as to who's going to get it at this stage. Some steering difficulties by the looks of things coming from that Kirribilli crew just in lane 7, contending with the Normanhurst crew in lane 8. But they're just floating with the markers and that's probably going to make things difficult for those two crews. They come across the line. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 8, probably occupying second place just by a whisker at this stage, but Roseville not far out of it either on this far side. It is going to be a win for Queenwood in lane 5, but second place is going to be an extremely tight finish. Normanhurst just streaking out a little bit now into the lead. Oh, it's going to be tight, but I think Roseville occupying third place at this stage. Final 5 strokes, here we go. Loretto Kirribilli, can they knock Roseville off? I don't think they'll be able. Oh, it's going to be really tight. We'll wait for a photo on that one.
Just got there. Loretto Kirribilli might have just got there, but incredibly close.
Too much excitement for one morning. We'll wait for the official results on that one, but certainly between Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7 and Roseville in lane 3 for that final medal spot. Goodness me. A win for Queenwood, second place to Loretto Normanhurst, and we might wait for the judges on the rest. Just looking at that replay on the big screen, John, it might have been Roseville by the narrowest of margins, but let's just wait and see what the judges have to say.
I think the line is just in front of the boys, I think. It's not actually the boys. Yes, I think it's Roseville. So while that's happening, we have on the course coming down race 13, which is Division 3 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. And in lane 1, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabella Campbell, Zara Pye, Zara Watts, Lydia Colac, Georgina Banks is the Cox. In lane 2, Roseville, Estella Mackenzie, Audrey Royan, Verity Sparks, Sophie Belzer, Evelyn Majambra is the Cox. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies number 3, Sahana Shashadaran, Eva Lazar, Marla Kazaglis, Lucinda Bryant, Megan Au is the Cox. In lane 4, Queenwood, Lucy Line, Victoria Zhu, Nicole Watkins, Poppy Pether, Millie Home is the Cox. In lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst, Ada Golding, Nikita Duff, Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, Lucy Giblin is the Cox. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Mabel Jamison, Abigail Weber Hernandez, Celeste Johnston, Josephine Rolfe, Amelia Carvin is the Cox. In lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli, Cadence Fu, Genevieve Nees, Alice Gunry, Phoebe Holt, Soraya Laurendette is the Cox. And lane 8, Tara, Nabuka Paramala, Tina Zhu, Zara Wickramanayaka, Kathy Zhang, and Dia Mishra is the Cox.
Thanks, John. It looks as though it's that crew in Roseville colours on the far side in lane 2, making the best of things in race 13. It's Estella Mackenzie, Audrey Roy, and Verity Sparks, Sophie Belzer, and Evelyn Majumdar, their coxswain. But not too far off the pace is Queenwood in lane 4, and also St Catherine's in lane 6. I'd suggest those are our race leaders at the moment and prospective medalists, but certainly plenty of water yet to row. We've seen plenty of drama can unfold at late stages in these races.
Yes, the St Catherine's crew try to adjust their course, but they've now done that. They were on the buoy ropes a few strokes ago, but again, well out in front is Roseville. And the previous race, race 12, it was Roseville that was 0.27 of a second ahead of Loretto Kirribilli. So Roseville took third place in race 12.
Coming into the final couple of 50 metres or so of the race now, it's Roseville in lane 2, and they are looking poised to claim the win in race 13 in this third division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. St Catherine's just pressing up to hopefully snatch it off of Queenwood. A win for Roseville, second place to St Catherine's, third place to Queenwood in lane 4. Fourth place to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7, and then to Normanhurst in lane 5. Claim 5th place, 6th place to Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 1. Be followed across the line then by Pimble Ladies College in lane 3. And then Tara School in lane 8. So the medalists are a little bit clearer in that one, John, compared to the previous race in race 12.
Yes, a lot neater. And while the crews are coming in for the pontoon for the medal presentation for race 11, we have race 14 underway, which is the Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. There are 9 entries. Roseville in lane 1, Eloise Winkler, Charlotte McIntosh, Ilaria Roberto, Imogen Howard, Zia Chapman is the Cox. In lane 2, Tara, Tanya Magara, Shilan Onku, Amelia Hussain, Vida Bandrani, Adita Kumar is the Cox. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Ailey Keane, Olivia Smith, Clara Duke, Irene Lee, Mackenzie Burney is the Cox. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Georgina Ritchie, Madison Burns, Florence Murphy, Zoe Manion, Harper Lee is the Cox. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Madison Fung, Audrey Bailey, Tammy Shea, Josephine Zhao, and Zoe Paris is the Cox. In lane 6, Queenwood, Sophia Cottrell, Gracie Rice, Jessica McMillan, Annabelle Hamilton, and Meg Turner is the Cox. In lane 7, Roto Kirbilly, Maeve Malone, Coco Mutton, Mila Sadie, Maddie Manchi, Francesca Vella Barden is the Cox. St Catherine's in lane 8, Ellie Maxwell, Sophie Hollis, Ava Van Main, Lucy Brown, Harlow Jones is the Cox. And lane 9, Lotto Normanhurst, Ebony Bornstein, Elsie Vial, Eve Taylor, Audrey Zhang, Amelia Boone is the Cox. That's race 14, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Skull.
Thank you, John. And it looks as though it's another strong performance by the Roseville crew over there in lane 1. Louise Winkler, Charlotte McIntosh, Ilaria Roberto, Imogen Hewitt, and Zia Chapman. They've probably got at least a length on the rest of the field, I would have thought at this stage, but certainly in contention is the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. And then Queenwood in lane 6.
Thanks. Right. Thanks. We now do the presentations for race 12, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Skull. The third place bronze medalists went to Roseville, Claire Goatley, Isla Hughes, Evie Craig, Sophie Thomas, Isabella Bolcher was the Cox. And the silver medalists, Loretto Normanhurst, Abby Kane, Lily Sam, Sienna Weston, Macy Palmer, Harriet Portelli was the Cox. Medals again being presented by Dr. Jim Burgess of PLC Sydney. So the second and third place getters in race 12, silver medalists, Loretto Normanhurst, and the bronze medalists, Roseville.
Thank you, John. We're roaring into a conclusion of race 14. It looks as though the win is going to go to Roseville over on the far side in lane 1, but race really heating up for second and third. Win for Roseville. Second place is just going to go the way of Queenwood ahead of Loretto Kirribilli, pipped by half a canvas on the line. Fourth place going to Loretto Normanhurst in lane 9. Fifth place now to the Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. Sixth place is going to go to St Catherine's in lane 8. And then 7th place to Pimble Ladies College in lane 4. We're taking the final couple of strokes of their race. Then back to Tyra School in lane 2. Who claim 8th place. And then PLC Sydney in lane 5. Now, so they'll claim 9th place. Finalise the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull. And we wait for next presentation of medals. We'll just call out race 15, which is assembling itself on the starting blocks. The first division of the Year 8 Cox Quad Skull. Lane 1, Loretto Normanhurst, Madison Hunt, Camilla DiPietro, Poppy McAuliffe, Harriet Granger, and Zoe Anderson. In lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli, Charlotte Warhurst, Josephine Sendon White, Rose Campbell, and Miranda Connor, Cox by Rose Middleton. In lane 3 is Tara School, Madeline Ryan, Lauren Gench, Annalise Manasseh, and Sophia Jabor. In lane 4 is Roseville, Mia Darcy, Josie Harris, Harriet Godfrey, Mia Williams, and Amelia Firth, their coxswain. In lane 5 is Pimble Ladies College, represented by Natalia Higson, Sophie Scammell, Matilda Garland, and Grace Scammell, coxed by Madison Norton. Lane 6 is St Catherine's, represented by Phoebe Ruane, Georgina Moylan, Chloe Gardner, and Sarah Smith, coxed by Charlotte Moore. In lane 7, Queenwood, represented by Edwina Sieve, Eva Langley, Charlie Henderson, and Alexandra Lai, coxed by Georgina Springhall. Lane 8 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Moorcroft, Proudfoot, Alice Bondietti, Jessica Murphy, and Memphis Lynham, coxed by Madison Auger. And finally in lane 9, representing PLC Sydney, is Alice Halloran, Eliza O'Neill, Emma Lou, and Ruby Deegan, coxed by Gauri Sharma. And a full complement of crews in this race 15 in the water at the moment. The wind just picking up a little bit in the last 20 minutes or so. Crews will have to contend with as they get down to the pointy end of the competition lake.
And, gosh, it's pretty hard at this stage to tell, John, who's in the lead. I think we'll have a better idea as the crews approach the cameras, but certainly a really tight affair unfolding in front of us.
Yeah, certainly a very tight affair, but it does appear that lane 7 and lane 8 at this stage, particularly lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar, rowing very neatly and nice out in front. And just on their right, or their left, but on our right as we look down the course, Queenwood challenging them. So the leading crews certainly at this stage on this side of the course. But on the far side, lane 3, Tara is rowing strongly. And next to them, Roseville. Another good performance from a Roseville crew.
And they're just coming through the 500 now. Yes, you're right. It is the Canberra Girls in lane 8 passing through. And then back to Queenwood, lane 7. And I think third place was at that time Tara School.
Tara, and then probably a little bit further back to St Catherine's. So St Catherine's and Tara vying for third place.
Yeah, certainly plenty to row for each of these crews for the minor placings in Canberra Girls Grammar rather in lane 8, where they were the clear leaders coming through the 500. But plenty of water left to row. We've seen plenty of action unfold on the at the end of the grandstand end of the competition lake so far. Canberra Girls, well, they're just floating towards the lane markers on their stroke side, so just having to correct their course there. But certainly Queenwood in lane 7 giving them some grief, not letting them have it their own way, and be wanting to really open up a lead now for the Canberra Girls Grammar School. Roseville in lane 4 as well, not out of the challenge either. And here comes the surge from St Catherine's in lane 6, who are probably just looking to unseat Queenwood for that silver medal position. That's right. I mean, those are 3 crews probably in the lead on the nearest side to the course, except for PLC Sydney in lane 9. But Canberra Girls Grammar, well, they're opening up a little bit of a lead now, I would have thought, over Queenwood and St Catherine's. But St Catherine's, well, they're just taking it to Roseville, to Queenwood in the last 100 metres or so of this race. Canberra Girls Grammar, they're in control and been race leaders from start to finish. And they're looking very much in control. Second place is tight. It's going to go between Queenwood, and it'll be between Canberra Girls, Queenwood and St Catherine's. A win for Canberra Girls Grammar. Second place, a little bit clearer in the end, to Queenwood, and then to St Catherine's in lane 6. Fourth place is going to go the way of Roseville in lane 4, and then back to Tara School in lane 3. Congratulations. And 6th place is a little bit tight, but it'll go to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2 over Loretto Normanhurst in lane 1, who settled for 7th. And then 8th place will go to Pymble Ladies College in lane 5. And then yet to finish PLC Sydney in lane 9.
We now do the presentations for race 13. The bronze medalists were Queenwood, but they're not able to stop at the presentation because they need all their boats. So it'll be for the first and second place getters. So the silver medalists in race 13 representing St Catherine's. Mabel Jamison, Abigail Weber Hernandez, Celeste Johnston, sorry, we'll just correct that, race 12, so the bronze medalists representing Roseville, Claire Goatley, Isla Hughes, Evie Craig, Sophie Thomas and Isabella Bocher is the Cox, coached by Lucy Thompson. I think we may be having some communication issues. That's not race 12. I think it's race 14. Race 14, representing Loretto Kirribilli, the bronze medalist, Maeve Malone, Coco Mutton, Mila Sadie, Maddie Manchi, coxed by Francesca Vellabarden and coached by Zoe Bond. So race 14, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Sculls. Third place went to Loretto Kirribilli, and now presenting the first place crew from race 12, which is Queenwood, but we have St Catherine's in front of the presenter. No, that was third for race 14. So I think this is St Catherine's in race 13, getting the silver medals. That's Mabel Jamison, Abigail Weber Hernandez, Celeste Johnston and Josephine Rolfe. Amelia Carvin as the cox. They're coached by Madeline Manens. We just had a Roseville crew presented. I suspect that was the winners of race 13. Stella McKenzie, Audrey Royan, Verity Spark and Sophie Belzer. And Evelyn Majumda was the cox, coached by Mathilde Baird. The next presentation for the winners of race 12, that's the Queenwood crew. That's Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Sculls. Queenwood crew of Florence Jones, Natalie Irabide, Lucinda Terry, Bronte Russell, coxed by Emma Woods. Congratulations to Queenwood, winners of race 12, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Scull.
While we wait these further medal presentations down at the grandstand, race 16 is underway. It's year 10 single scull, comprised of 4 competitors. So we've got a couple of scratchings though, but supposed to be in lane 4 is Sasha Paris of Pymble Ladies College. And then lane 5 is Eloise Moore of Loretto Normanhurst. So we've got a scratching from Queenwood lane 6, but Madeline Edge of the Roseville College listed there in lane 7, but only 2 scullers ostensibly on the competition lake. So John will just see what's going on as the crews come down the course. But it is race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull.
Yes, it appears to be lane 5 and 7 appear to be on the course.
Passing through the 500 metres now. Here's the, let's get a better look. Sculler in lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst, Eloise Moore. And that's a very distinctive yellow rowing shell. Lane 7, that's Roseville sculler, not listed on our programs in the event.
I think she was a late addition to the program, which does mean we have a race. Otherwise, we would have only had one sculler out there.
Yes, late addition to that Roseville sculler in lane 7 in this race 16, the year 10 single scull. Certainly no doubt about the race leader. It is Louise Moore of Loretto Normanhurst making the best of things. And she's approaching the halfway point in her race. Enjoying probably quite a relatively peaceful race over 2,000 metres in a rowing scull, which is normally a fury of competition and pain, but enjoying a relatively unchallenged lead at this stage is Eloise Moore of Loretto Normanhurst. Race 17, of course, lining up on the 2,000 metre starting blocks as well. The year 10 double scarlets scheduled to start any moments now as well.
And there's a lot more entries for that event. There are, at the moment, a full list of 9 crews. In lane 1, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Isabel Jones and Isabel Kellett, coached by Arabella Barr. Lane 2 from Tara, Ruby Odbert and Adrina Maharaj. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies, Eloise Jenkins and Charlotte Lynn. In lane 4, Ascombe, Daisy Balderston and Ingrid Sabota. In lane 5, Camber Girls Grammar, Cordelia Valentine and Annabelle Milgate. In lane 6, Winona, Bella Harvey and Kieran Kerisk. In lane 7, Tara, Millie Savaram and Catherine Shen. In lane 8, Roseville, Lucy Ryan and Madeline Edge. And in lane 9, Queenwood, Vivian Walk and Nyla Russell.
So I think, John, we haven't got a start from Roseville in this race, but I think that's because I think it's because Madeline Edge is racing the single in the race 16 at the moment. Looks of things.
Yes, it'd be very hard to do 2 races at the same time, or at least next to each other. Yes, lane 3 and lane 8. So Pimble Ladies has scratched as well. That's Eloise Jenkins and Charlotte Lynn, as well as the Roseville crew of Lucy Ryan and Madeline Edge. Well, that certainly explains the late addition of Madeline Edge to race 16. If Lucy Ryan wasn't able to row in race 17, the schoolgirl year 10 double scull. So after the year 10 double scull event, we then move to the finals of the year 9 cox quad sculls, and there are 5 finals. 5, 4 and 3 are straight finals, and then Division 2 and Division 1 are the 3 winners and the 3 next fastest place getters from the heats that we saw earlier today of the year 9 Division 1 and Division 2 cox quad sculls.
So race 16, the 2-horse race between Louise Moore and Madeline Edge for Loretto Normanhurst and Roseville respectively, rather spread out now. Louise Moore's been in control of this race from the start and certainly enjoying the flat conditions. The temperatures are very pleasant, 23 degrees, and excellent conditions for sculling.
And that wind that did look like it was picking up earlier seems to have dropped back a bit.
Yes, indeed, and no danger of today's regatta being curtailed by the heat in any way, which is a relief. And not least to the athletes who have to contend with the conditions out there on the water. It's just unbearably hot. The water, heat reflects off the water as well, and also makes it very difficult for the commentators to see what's going on with the sun glinting off the water. But none of those issues today. And Eloise Moore of Loretto Normanhurst, putting on a clinic in single sculling. She just looks over her left shoulder at the grandstand to see how long she has to row. But looking all but certain now to claim the win in the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. And Eloise Moore of Loretto Normanhurst in the final few strokes of her race. She'll win the Year 10 single scull at this year's IGSA Regatta. Congratulations to Eloise and to Loretto Normanhurst, and she's stoked with that performance, and congratulations to you, Eloise. Madeline Edge of Roseville College in lane 7, finishing her race as well. And a fine scull as well. The Madeline Edge in Roseville colours this morning. Well done.
Then turning our attention now to race 17, which is the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Closest to the grandstand, the Queenwood crew of Vivian Wark and Nyla Russell are doing very well. And then two across from them, also rowing well, is the Winona double of Bella Harvey and Kieran Kerisk, and the Canberra Girls Grammar double of Cordelia Valentine and Annabelle Milgate. They would be the three race leaders at this stage of the race. Then a little further back to the crew from Tara, that's Millie Savaram and Catherine Shen. And then on the far side of the course, we've got the Loretto Normanhurst crew of Isabel Jones and Isabel Kellett, Tara crew of Ruby Odbert and Adrina Marajan, and the Ascom crew of Daisy Balderston and Ingrid Sabota. But Michael, Queenwood certainly building up a commanding lead at this stage. That's Vivian Wark and Nyla Russell closest to the grandstand.
So it looks to be that way, John. Vivian Wark and Nyla Russell in the Queenwood colours. Of course, we have no start from Roseville in this race in lane 8, as we saw Madeline Edge compete in the single scull last race, and no start from Pymble Ladies College in lane 3 either. So Queenwood certainly making the best of things, but second place it's a little bit less clear.
I think it's probably the Winona crew of Bella Harvey and Kieran Kerisk, and third place behind them is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Cordelia Valentine and Annabelle Milgate. And those three crews are well ahead of the balance of the field at this stage, with about 300 metres to row.
Yes, I think that's right. Bella Harvey and Kieran Kerisk in lane 6, Winona colours, and then Valentine and Milgate from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5. It's likely the three prospective medalists at this stage of the race, and it's a bit then a little bit more spread out, as you say, John. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 1, Tara School in lane 2, and I can't see out there either, but
Ascom then.
Yes.
Ascom's probably fourth at this stage, ahead of the two crews from Loretto Normanhurst and Tara. And Tara's got two crews, of course, in this race in lanes 2 and lane 7.
But for the moment, Queenwood's Vivian Wark and Nyla Russell have had it all their own way in this race. They are rowing past the grandstand and looking poised now to claim the Year 10 double scull title this year. And probably 2 lengths at least to their nearest rivals in the Winona colours. And big cheer coming from the Queenwood supporters on the pontoon. Congratulations to Vivian Wark and Nyla Russell, who are going to win the title this year in the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Congratulations to Queenwood. And they are appropriately exhausted after that race. Congratulations, Queenwood. Second place going to lane 6, Winona, Bella Harvey and Kieran Kerisk. And third place to lane 5, Cordelia Valentine and Annabelle Milgate from Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth place looking as though it will go the way of Loretto Normanhurst over there in lane 1. That's Isabel Jones and Isabel Kellett. Fifth place looking as though it would go to Askham in lane 4. They're taking their final couple of strokes. And then back to Tara School, Odbert and Mahajan in lane 2. And to finalise this race, it'll be the Tara combination of Millie Sivaram and Catherine Shen.
So our next presentation is for race 11, which is Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. If those rowers could please come down to the pontoon. So the winners and place getters for race 11, the bronze medalists in third place, Queenwood, Annie Zhu, Michelle Deng, Emily van der Ploeg, Jessica Bailey and Savvy Lowe was the Cox. That's the Queenwood number 3 crew. The silver medalists, the Queenwood number 1 crew of Kalia Fallon, Olive Hotmar, Charlotte Garland, Aisha Cameron and Izzy Ingram is the Cox. And the winners and gold medalists representing Loretto Kirribilli, Annabelle Fisk, Maeve Hannon, Madison Lee, Millie Scott, Marley Ray was the Cox, and they're coached by Freya Bateman. Congratulations to the winners and place getters in race 11, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. We then moved, well done girls.
Thanks, John. We've got a line in race 18 and a start as well. The 5th division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 is Loretto Kirribilli, Emily Galvin, Sadie McConkey, Pip Kay, Anna Duffy, Soraya Lauren Day, the coxswain. In lane 2 is Loretto Kirribilli as well, Zoe Mannix, Sienna Ballantyne, Molly Roberts, Andy Kennard and Eloise McNen, their cox. Lane 3 is Queenwood, represented by Charlotte Dickerson, Abby Boyd, Georgie Fagan, Ava Brooks and Cora Talbot Stern, their cox. Pymble Ladies College is in lane 4, represented by Lucy Liu, Freya Andrews, Cordelia Curtin, Summer Malkin and Arabella Huang. Queenwood is in lane 5, represented by Thea Edgerton, Maddie Ellison, Alicia Newton, Alana Elliott and Charlotte Garland. In lane 6 is Loretto Kirribilli, represented by Grace Zuckerman, Grace Smith, Allegra Johnson and Emma Francis, coxed by Rose Middleton. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7, represented by Vivian Shen, Abigail DeZoten, Harriet Russell, Lucinda Barlow and Jenny Lee. Another Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 8. That's Nina Cordaro, Penelope House, Rosie Teague and Amelia Richards. Their cox is Francesca Vellabarden. And finally in lane 9 is St Catherine's. You can see them on the live stream at the moment or on the big screen on the right. It's Georgina Hawthorne-Jarman, Ella Smith, Matilda Carroll, Monty Bowers and Evie Bayliss.
Thanks, Michael. We now move to the presentations for race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. Our silver medalist, representing Roseville, Madeline Edge. Congratulations, Madeline. And our gold medalist, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Eloise Moore, coached by Arabella Barr. Well done, Eloise. Please congratulate our winner and second place getter in race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull.
Thanks, John. And through the halfway mark in this race, it was the Queenwood 1 crew, Edgerton, Ellison, Newton, Elliott, Garland, who were in lane 5, making the best of things, and a significant lead by the looks of things at this stage in the race. Some 7.64 seconds the margin, a little bit tighter than to a host of Loretto Kirribilli crews in 3rd, 4th and 5th position, respectively. But certainly Queenwood setting the pace in this race 18, the 5th division of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. And still some 350 metres to row, I'd suggest. But not too far out of it are those Loretto crews. And Queenwood just looking quite comfortable and in control in this race. But not too far out of contention are those 3 Loretto Kirribilli crews. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2 and in lanes 6 and 8 as well, I think.
So the presentation, I understand, is for the winners of race 13, the Roseville crew, of Estella McKenzie, Audrey Royan, Verity Sparks, Sophie Belzer, Evelyn Majumba was the cox, coached by Matilde Baird. So that was the winners of race 13, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull.
Thanks, John. And the race 18 is roaring through to a conclusion. And Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7, they've just streaked ahead of Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 to occupy 2nd place. The win is looking as though it will go the way of the Queenwood School in lane 5. They're looking very calm and in control and have been for the duration of the race. So it'll be a win for Queenwood. 2nd place is tight. I think Canberra Girls Grammar have just done enough to edge themselves ahead of Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2. 3rd place is going to be really tight between the girls from Loretto Kirribilli School. I think it'll just go the way of the girls in lane 6 ahead of Loretto Kirribilli 5 in lane 2. So 2nd place to Canberra Girls Grammar and 3rd place to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6. 4th place to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2. 5th place, well, it's going to be really tight again. We'll go to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8 though. Followed across the line by Pymble Ladies College in lane 4. And then to St Catherine's in lane 9, who claimed 7th position. And another tight affair unfolding between Queenwood in lane 3 and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 1. Queenwood, well, they're probably just half a canvas in front at this stage. The final strokes of their race have come and gone. They claim 8th place. Loretto Kirribilli, number 8 in lane 1, claim 9th place. So recapping the results, a win for Queenwood in lane 5 in race 18. 2nd place to Canberra Girls Grammar and 3rd place Loretto Kirribilli 6 in lane 6.
This appears to be the presentations for race 12, the winners, Queenwood. No, it's not the winners.
And race 19 is getting underway down there at the 1,000 metre mark. Lane 2 representing Queenwood, Sasha Lamb, Izzy Ingram, Isla Robertson, Savvy Lowe and Annie Zhu, their coxswain. In lane 3, Pymble Ladies College, represented by Selena Jiang, Amelia Quamby, Ava Costa, Chloe Zhong, Tamika Tran, their coxswain. St Catherine's is in lane 4, Isla Anderton Vink, Jala Vadat, Ayla Rose and Isabella Hartwright. The coxswain, Elkie Brady, is that St Catherine's crew. And Queenwood are in lane 5, Georgia McNee, Georgia Self, Rachel Chatfield and Helena Furness, coached by Aisha Cameron. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 6, Emily Doikos, Saskia Hillage, Annie McMillan, Tabitha Campbell and Rebecca Alicia, their coxswain. And in lane 7, finally, Loretto Kirribilli, represented by Matilda Murphy, Georgie Sultana, Eloise McLucas, Eloise Christian and Francesca Heath, their coxswain. And yet to approach the halfway point in this race. Have a better idea as the crews come down towards the halfway point, but on screen there, it's the crew from Queenwood in lane 5, Georgia McNee, Georgia Self, Rachel Chatfield and Helena Furness and Aisha Cameron, their coxswain. Probably are making the best of things at this stage, but Pymble Ladies College in lane 3 as well. They're certainly not out of contention, but perhaps not quite on terms with that Queenwood crew, who are looking as though they're in the lead by probably at least a length at this stage. So there they go through the 500 metres, I should say. Queenwood, not quite a length ahead of Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, and then to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7. So those are the 3 prospective medalists at this stage of the race. Plenty of water yet to row. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 6. Currently occupying 4th position, and then back to Queenwood, Sasha Lamb, Ingram, Robertson and Lowe, the Cox and Zoo in lane 2. So those are the, that's how they went through the halfway point in this race. So Queenwood in lane 5, perhaps now contending with a challenge coming from lane 3, Pymble Ladies College. And Pymble Ladies College have probably just eaten away at that advantage enjoyed early in this race by the Queenwood crew in lane 5. And, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7 now, probably just edging their way up on that Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 3. So those are the 3 prospective medalists. Queenwood now just contending with the lane markers just to get themselves in the middle of the lane. The race is probably 50 metres from 1 for that Queenwood boat in lane 5, but on their bow side is that Loretto Kirribilli crew steaming and just trying to snatch a medal. Is that Loretto Kirribilli crew off of Pymble Ladies College? They've all got medals. It's just a matter of which colour. It'll be a win for Queenwood. Second place in the final stages of this race. Loretto Kirribilli snatch the silver off of Pymble Ladies College, who have to settle for the bronze. 4th place is going to go the way of Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 6. And then it'll go back to St Catherine's School in lane 4. And to finalise the race, it'll go back to Queenwood over there in lane 2.
We'll now do the medal presentation for race 17, the schoolgirl year 10 double scull. In 3rd place, representing Canberra Girls Grammar. The presentation for race 17, schoolgirl year 10 double scull. 3rd place, Canberra Girls Grammar, Cordelia Valentine and Annabelle Milgate. Our silver medalists representing Winona, Bella Harvey and Kieran Kerisk. And our gold medalists and winners, representing Queenwood, Vivian Wark and Nyla Russell. Congratulations to our gold medalists and place getters in race 17, the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull.
Thank you, John, and we are underway and racing in race 20. The schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3, contested by 7 boats. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2, that's Waverley Russell, Olivia Sweet, Georgie Ryan, Molly Matic and Alice Smith. Pymble Ladies College is in lane 3. Khan Lin, Isabella Meng, Lucy Woodbridge and Diana Paliwadna. Cox by Bronte Cardno. In lane 4 is Queenwood, represented by Annabelle Gardner, Alexia Dreismer, Jess Slade and Scarlett Clark. Chloe Cox is their coxswain. In lane 5 is St Catherine's, represented by Summer Foster, Amelia Williams, Edie Arthur and Scarlett Cowdroy, Cox by Adriana Oliver. In lane 6 is Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Madison Auger, Grace Tully, Millie Levy, Amelia Russell and Isabella Rose, their coxswain. Loretto Normanhurst is in lane 7, represented by Isabella Lander, Tiffany Morley, Kate Dean, Miller McMillan and Claire Kabul. And finally, PLC Sydney in lane 8, represented by Sophia Goodrick, Amali Stanton, Mila Duritz, and Matilda Kirkwood, Cox by Tiffany Palmer.
So at this stage of the race, it's Loretto Normanhurst rowing very strongly and being challenged by Queenwood. So there are 2 race leaders. A little further back to Canberra Girls Grammar. And then on the far side of the course, the Pymble Ladies crew. A little further back to Loretto Kirribilli. Back on this side of the course to PLC Sydney. And then the crew from St Catherine's.
Yes, I think it's that Queenwood crew, John, as you mentioned, in
coming
lane
through
4.
very strongly, yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
And, Loretto Normanhurst as well in lane 7. They're probably in second place, I would have thought. Queenwood contending, though, on the far side with Pymble Ladies College in lane 3 and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2, who are finishing very strong. And they're probably challenging Loretto Normanhurst for that second place. So certainly the race leaders at this stage appear to be Queenwood in lane 4, but plenty of action yet to unfold between on the near side, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7, and then Pymble Ladies in lane 3, and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2. Queenwood just lifting their rate of striking just to ward off those late surges from Loretto Kirribilli. But have a look at that crew in lane 2 who have just come through with a wet sail in the last couple of strokes. So it's going to be a win for Queenwood in lane 4. Loretto Kirribilli look as though they're in the lead, a couple of strokes on the surge. Can Pymble snatch it back? It'll go to Loretto Kirribilli. 3rd place to Pymble Ladies College, 4th place to Normanhurst in lane 7. 5th place will go the way of Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 6. And then 6th and 7th is really tight between PLC Sydney and St Catherine's in lane 8 and 5 respectively.
PLC Sydney may have just got there.
Yeah, they snatch it in the end. Another race filled with drama. Win for Queenwood. 2nd place to Loretto Kirribilli. 3rd place Pymble Ladies College.
Very strong last 100 metres from Loretto Kirribilli then. But, very, very strong last 100 metres. So next race on the program is the final of the Division 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. So the finalists are Roseville in lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, Pymble Ladies in lane 4, Queenwood lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst lane 6, St Catherine's in lane 7, PLC Sydney in lane 8 and Tara in lane 9. They're the finalists in Division 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls, and that race is now underway. So in the early stages of that race, it's strong rowing from this side of the course from in lane 8, PLC Sydney. Then in the middle of the course, it's the crews from Queenwood and Loretto Normanhurst that are rowing strongly. The crew from Tara in lane 9 having some steering issues, but they've now straightened their course. Roseville in lane 8 rowing strongly. But it's the crews from lane 6 and 7, which are the crews from PLC and St Catharines. St Catharines rowing well. Yeah, so Loretto Normanhurst rowing very strongly in this race, ahead of Pymble, then about half a length back to Queenwood, and then half a length further back to the Loretto Kirribilli crew. But it's Loretto Normanhurst just ahead of Pymble, then Queenwood, Loretto Kirribilli. Very tight finish for those top 3 places, but Loretto Normanhurst will take out this race, followed by Pymble, then Queenwood, Loretto Kirribilli. Then Canberra Girls Grammar, St Catharines, Roseville, and then to finish the race over in this side of the course, Tara will complete the race. So the winners were the crew from Loretto Normanhurst, won the Division 2 Schoolgirl Year 9 quad final. Second place went to Pymble Ladies, third to Queenwood, fourth to Loretto Kirribilli, fifth to Canberra Girls Grammar, sixth went to St Catharines, seventh to Queenwood. What? Sorry, that's the start for the first division of the final of the Year 9 quad sculls.
Thanks, John. Yes, it's race 22 that's underway, the final of the first division of the Year 9 quad scull. In 1 is PLC Sydney, lane 2 Loretto Kirribilli, lane 3 Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 4 Pymble Ladies College, lane 5 St Catharines, lane 6 Roseville, lane 7 Queenwood, lane 8 Loretto Normanhurst, and lane 9 is Tara. And of course these races are seeded on the basis of their progression through the heats, and of course the qualifying scheme is that the final 3 fastest time, the next 3 fastest qualifiers on the basis of time progress through to the final as well. But really tight affair unfolding out on the course. I couldn't quite tell you at this stage who is in the lead. They're just passed through the halfway point of the race. But certainly a strong row coming from Queenwood in lane 7, looking strong and powerful, probably with their noses in front at this stage. But also have a look at Pymble Ladies College in lane 4.
And I think Loretto Normanhurst in lane 8 is also doing very well at this stage.
Yes, that's right. So Normanhurst in lane 8 to Queenwood in lane 7, and probably Pymble Ladies and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. They're probably the race leaders at this stage, but really, really hard to tell. This is a really fantastic race. It's unfolding, a fascinating competition, and we are going to have a better view as they come past the grandstand in the final 250 metres or so of this race. And here they come. It looks as though Canberra Girls Grammar over there in lane 3 is making a late charge to try and get in their noses in front of Pymble Ladies College in lane 4. But also have a look at this, the near side of the course, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 8, but Queenwood in lane 7 too, contesting to get in front of them. I think it is Pymble Ladies College who have got their noses in front. That's the crew of Eloise Gavagna, Daisy Lay, Edith Cullen and Lily Oldfield. They're the ones in front. Plenty to row now for Queenwood, who are contesting with Normanhurst on this stage. It's Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3, and they're responding late. Do they have enough water to respond to the Pymble Ladies crew? I think it's going to be a win for Pymble Ladies in lane 4. Second place is going to be so tight between Queenwood and Canberra Girls. Fourth place certainly going the way of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 8. High jump. And a flurry of hooter sirens. So certainly a win for Pymble Ladies College in lane 4, I should say. We'll wait for the official results, but congratulations at that stage to Pymble Ladies College.
Next presentation is for race 19, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Scull. The bronze medalists representing Pymble, Selena Jiang, Amelia Quamby, Ava Costa, Chloe Jiang, Tamika Tran was the Cox. In second place, and the silver medalists representing Loretto Kirribilli, Matilda Murphy, Georgia Sultana, Eloise McLucas, Eloise Christian, and Francesca Heath is the Cox. They're coached by Lucy Howard. And the winners and gold medalists in race 19, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Scull, representing Queenwood, Georgia McNee, Georgia Self, Rachel Chatfield, Helena Finesse, and Aisha Cameron is the Cox. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in race 19, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Scull.
Thanks, John. Race 23 on the course now. It's the final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull. In lane 3 is Winona, represented by Charlotte Ronaldson. Lane 4 is Askham, Jemima Huxley. In lane 5 is MLC School, represented by Alana Ang. And Monte St. Angelo in lane 6, represented by Lucinda Tucker. We've had a start from each of these scullers in the race, and it's Alana Ang who is in the ascendancy at this stage. He's in the MLC colours in lane 5. Hard to tell quite who's in second place, but I think it's Winona's Charlotte Ronaldson in lane 3. Then back to Jemima Huxley of Askham, and then Lucinda Tucker currently occupying 4th place in the Monte St. Angelo colours. Alana Ang of MLC School has a number of lengths, I would say, in her advantage.
It's a very impressive performance for a 1,000 metre race to be that far ahead.
Absolutely.
Getting good length with each stroke. Nice steady course.
And perhaps putting her boat through the gears as she gets in front of the grandstand, but not under any sort of pressure, is Alana Ang from the MLC School in lane 5. And her coaches will be very pleased with that performance as well. And yeah, there she goes, putting the steps on the accelerator and lifts her rate of striking into the final couple of strokes of her race. So congratulations, it'll be a win to MLC School in the Year 8 Single Scull.
Then second, we have Charlotte Ronaldson, now with about 100 metres to go. She's about 4 lengths ahead of Jemima Huxley from Askham, and about 5 or 6 lengths further back to the sculler from MLC, Sorry. Lucinda Tucker from Monte St Angelo.
Crossing the line now, Charlotte Ronaldson of Winona. Congratulations, she claims a silver medal. And then it'll be a little bit back to Askim's Jemima Huxley in lane 4. He's looking poised to claim the bronze. And then it'll be back to Monte St Angelo's Lucinda Tucker to finalise this race 23 in the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull.
We then move on to our first 8 race for today, the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, and there are 8 entries. In lane 1, St Catherine's, Miller Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Stella Copland, Charlize Morgan, Ing Dive, Ava Jamison, Georgia Love, Delphi Walsman, and Anya Ruffelli is the Cox. In lane 2, Loretta Normanhurst number 1 crew, Lara Dwyer, Sophie Whalen, Ruby Mullins, Ruby Matthews, Lucy Meek, Alexandra Hare, Anna Ward, Poppy Bensley, Rosie Lennon is the Cox. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies, number 1 crew, Blair Elliott, Aurora Zhang, Myla Leo Henville, Sarah Tubenslag, Rose Jones, Gemma Thiel, Lulu Hill, Kate Lonigan, Emma Wang is the Cox. In lane 4, representing Retro Kirribilli, number 1 crew, Charlotte Mutton, Ellie Bailey, Xanthi Sokius, Abigail Lee, Chloe Hunter, Rosie Massara, Edel Knox, Abigail Pearson, Sabella Bates is the Cox. In lane 5, Loretta Normanhurst number 2 crew, Jacqueline Whitaker, Sally Hines, Jazz Burgoyne, Sahara Bernstein, Catherine Stark, Amelia Edwards, Ella Jones, Beatrix Germain, Charlotte Fagan is the Cox. In lane 6, the St Catherine's number 2 crew, Isabel Rosinas, Matilda Jack, Beatrix DeBell Hancock, Lucia Waters, Ellie Avery, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Ellie Carr, Chloe Avramedes is the Cox. In lane 7, Pimple Ladies number 2 crew, Margot Marcette, Ginny Macon, Eden Connors, Alexandra Ritchie, Bethany Carruthers, Abby Pisani, Isabella Hume, Ellie Zhao, Eloise Jenkins is the Cox. And finally in lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli number 2 crew, Emily Burak, Ariel Wood, Georgia Woodward, Lucia Bartlam, Eloise Roberts, Charlotte Taylor, Scarlett Hopkins, Ava Sayre, and Arabella Johnston is the Cox. That's race 24, the final of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. The next presentation is for race 18, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 5th division of the Cox Quad Sculls. In 3rd place, representing Loretto Kirribilli, Queen would have just been a bit too keen to get on the podium. Girls, we're going to do 3rd place first. And the medals will be presented by Pascal Divas from Ascom, the deputy head. In 3rd place, representing Loretto Kirribilli, Grace Zuckerman, Grace Ryan, Allegra Johnston, Emma Francis, and Rose Middleton is the Cox. In 2nd place, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Vivian Shen, Abigail DeZoten, Harriet Russell, Lucinda Barlow, and Jenny Lee is the Cox. And in 1st place, and our gold medal winners, representing Queenwood, Thea Edgerton, Maddie Ellison, Alicia Newton, Alana Elliott and Charlotte Garland is the cocks. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 18, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Thank you, John. And we've still got a couple of minutes until the start of our next race in race 24, the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, which you called out earlier. So perhaps a couple more presentations to get through before then.
The next presentation is for race 20, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. In third place, and the bronze medalists representing Pymble Ladies, Lily Dahl, Isabella Meng, Lucy Woodbridge, Diana Palawadna, and Bronte Cardno is the cocks. Medals being presented by Pascal Driver, the Deputy Head of ASCOM. In second place, and silver medalist Loretto Kirribilli, Waverley Russell, Olivia Sweet, Georgie Ryan, Molly Mattick, Alice Smith is the cocks. Coached by Lucy Howard. And our gold medalists and winners representing Queenwood, Annabelle Garner, Alexia Dresma, Jess Slade, Scarlett Clark, and Chloe Cox is the cocks. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 20, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And the next presentation is for race 15, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, and the winners also get a trophy. As the fastest Year 8 Cox Quad Scull at the Regatta and winners of Division 1. So race 15, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squads, our bronze medalists are from St Catherine's. We're just waiting for the medals. So our bronze medals being presented to St Catherine's, the crew of Phoebe Rowan, Georgina Moylan, Chloe Gardner, Sarah Smith, Charlotte Morris the Cox, and they're coached by Sophie Castellas. Our silver medalists representing Queenwood, Edwina Sieve, Eva Langley, Charlie Henderson, Alexandra Lee, and Georgia Springhall is the Cox. And our winners and gold medalists from Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot, Alice Bondiiti, Jessica Murphy, Memphis Lynham, and Cox by Madison Auger. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 15, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Skull. Well done, girls. We now move to the presentation of the medals for the second place crew, that's Queenwood, in race 14, which was Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Skull. So representing Queenwood, Sophia Cottrell, Gracie Rice, Jessica McMillan, Annabelle Hamilton, and Meg Turner was the Cox. Congratulations to Queenwood, the silver medalists in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Skull. That was race 14. The next race being presented now is race 21, which was the final of Division 2 of the Year 9 Cox Squad Skull. Our bronze medalists representing Queenwood, Imogen Stewart, Ella McIntyre, Isabella Rogers, Miller Beavis, Frederica Hall was the Cox. Our silver medalists from Pymble Ladies, Rose Bennett, Dimity Love, Sky Mitchell, Emma Lloyd, and Jessica Pickford was the Cox. And our winners and gold medalists from Loretto Normanhurst: Annie Shepherd, Camilla Ogilvie, Constance Whitaker, Neve McGowan, and Harriet Portelli was the cocks. They were coached by Olivia Lucas and Isaac Shepherd. Again, please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 21, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Thanks, John, for taking us through those presentations. And look as though we're about to have a start in race 24 in the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 final. Scheduled to start a couple of minutes ago. And, you can see the crews are just being aligned down there at the 2,000 metre starting blocks. Eight crews lining up Loretto Kirribilli on the near side. You can see if you're joining us on the live stream, we're out here at the Regatta Park on the big screen. It's a wonderful sight to see the school zooties lined up against each other. And last nervous jitters, of course, being exchanged between these athletes on the line.
The very distinctive bright yellow blades of Loretto Kirribilli closest to us. And the race is now underway. All crews got off to a clean start.
So plenty of water to row until we have a bit of an idea as to what's going on out there. But certainly looks as though, John, that St Catherine's on the far side have got out to a fast start, as has Loretto Normanhurst in lane 2.
Yes, I agree. I think they are the two crews to watch at this early stage. And they certainly performed well yesterday. Year 10-8 racing only was introduced relatively recently for schoolgirls. I think it was only about 7 or 8 years ago that they started rowing 8s in Year 10. And a number of schools make it their dominant boat class now for Year 10s, but for many years it was quads in Year 9 and Year 10, and then they introduced Year 8 rowing, so then rather than have girls have 3 years of quad rowing before they graduated, so to speak, to sweep rowing, many schools started to introduce Year 10 schoolgirl rowing. Boys, of course, have had school Year 10 rowing for many years in their junior 8s, but it's a relatively recent phenomenon for women and for schoolgirls, and certainly the schools have embraced it, and it's great to see these schoolgirl Year 10-8s coming down the course.
Yeah, that's right. It's usually in the under 17 Year 10 age group that scullers transition into the sweep oar, into the senior years, and of course from 1,000 metre racing to 2,000 metre racing, which is altogether a different beast and a completely a separate skill set to racing over 1,000 metres. But just a word on this Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 2. Mentioned they competed yesterday, John, and they did place second by a very, very narrow margin. And Kinross Walleroy was the school who took home the line honours yesterday. And St Catherine's in lane 1, and they placed third, some 10 seconds behind them. But those are two crews to watch in this race, for sure.
The next presentation is for race 23, the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. bronze medalist representing Ascom, Jemima Huxley, and she's coached by Lizzie Chapman. Congratulations, Jemima. Our silver medalist representing Winona, Charlotte Ronaldson. Well done, Charlotte. And our winner representing the MLC school, Alana Nung, coached by Charlotte Almond and Raf Stanford Mezel. Congratulations, Alana. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in Year 8 single scull final. Alana, Charlotte and Jemima. Well done, girls.
Thank you, John, and a fantastic, a fascinating race, rather, developing on the competition lake out there, particularly at the moment between St Catherine's in lane 1 and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 2. As I mentioned, those two crews competed yesterday at the PLC Kings Regatta, and St Catherine's are the school that went through the 1,000 in the lead, but Loretto Normanhurst pipped them by some 5 to 10 seconds yesterday, so it puts in a retribution perhaps in store on the part of St Catherine's today. Still perhaps 750 metres to row, rather, as they pass through the 1250. St Catherine's in lane 1 and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 2.
The next race presentation is for race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, and this includes a trophy for the gold medalists. In third place, and our bronze medalists representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Olive Lafarge, Alexandra Cordaris, Erin Riley, Grace Fogarty, Sienna Gately as the Cox. In second place, and our silver medalists representing Queenwood, Charlotte Butlin, Elizabeth Fanganuku, Lucinda Hughes, Manuela Taylor and Cara Sheeran is the Cox. And our gold medalists and trophy winners representing Pymble, Eloise Gavanna, Daisy Lay, Edith Cullinane, Lily Oldfield, Cox by Annabelle Stack, and coached Andrea Newham. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Thank you, John. And race 24 is screaming to a conclusion. And in a fascinating development, it's Loretto Normanhurst who have overtaken St Catherine's. And they're in lanes 1 and 2. Loretto Normanhurst, well, they were just a little bit back behind St Catherine's at the 1,000 metres and have just managed to row through them in the previous 750 metres.
And a very, very high rating at the moment. So
yeah, having to respond now to a late challenge by St Catherine's, but having spent plenty of energy in the first half of this race, you just wonder whether it's a little bit too late. Probably 3 or 4 seats in it now between Loretto Normanhurst and St Catherine's. It'll be Normanhurst who claim the win in the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. Half a length ahead now of St Catherine's, who settle for second place. Third place looking as though it'll go the way of Pymble Ladies College over here on lane 3 from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4, who settled for fourth place. And fifth place looking now, it's a bit spaced out, it'll go to Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5.
That's their number 2 crew.
And now St Catherine's 2 in lane 6, who claim 6th place. And Pymble Ladies College a little bit further back, and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8 claims 7th place. Pymble Ladies College, lane 7, will settle for 8th place. Fascinating a competition, that one, between Loretto Normanhurst and St Catherine's over the far side, trading barbs up and down the course, but Normanhurst prevails in the end, and they did it the hard way. They had to go through them and to come from behind, which is always uniquely difficult in my experience. But congratulations to Loretto Normanhurst on their win in the schoolgirl Year 10 8. The next race that is on the course is race 25, the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Four boats in this race. We haven't quite got underway yet. It's 1,000 metres. Of course, we're going back to the junior age categories. So, lane 3, it's Loretto Kirribilli's Marley Ray and Tilly Farrell. In lane 4 is Loretto Kirribilli's Francesca Vellabarden and Rose Middleton. In lane 5, Askham College, Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody. In lane 6, Roseville's Daphne Alvarado and Matilda Gifford. And it's almost a perfect line, John, down there on the starting blocks. Look at that.
Boat race, BROs could often dream of a line like that. Particularly on Head and Chicken Bay.
A bit of a false start, but they are away, race 25. And a flurry of strokes, and looks as though the Askham boat in lane 5 and also the Roseville boat in lane 6 gotten away best and making the best of things so far.
These girls rowing in their first year of competitive rowing, so it's great to see them being able to row a double down the course, as competitive as they do.
Just these skills that really only accumulate over time and with experience, and as the calluses form on the hands, so to speak. But yeah, really valuable racing experience out here at the competition lake for these Year 8 double scullers. Just see Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3 with their bow ball in front of Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4. A unique perspective from the boat race official boat. And you can just see how hard the rain is falling now at the regatta centre. Of course, it's not really going to be bothering the scullers out there on the course, who of course have bigger fish to fry. You see they're passing through the first quarter of the race. But certainly Askham and Roseville were the crews on the near side of the course who got away fastest.
Yes, at this stage of the race, it seems the Askham crew is in the lead. That's Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody, or Gigi Patton, probably, and Darcy Moody. Just ahead of the Roseville crew of Daphne Alvarado and Matilda Gifford.
Yeah, there is the Askham crew on screen. Patton and Moody in the distinctive red colours of the Askham school. They pass through the halfway point in the race, and I'd suggest the lead is pretty significant at this stage. Yeah, only coming through now is Roseville, some 5.23 seconds the margin. Loretto Kirribilli currently occupying third place, and then back to the other Loretto crew in lane 4. So the race is a little bit spread out now, but a chance for Askham just to at least flex their muscles in the last bit of this race and test themselves and perhaps put the boat through the gears. And they can always respond to late challenges should any be coming from their rivals, but things going the way of Askham so far in this race. Perhaps the real race, real battleground in this race, John, is going to be for second place. Between, on the one hand, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3 and Roseville in lane 6, but just a couple of timing errors, I think, on the far side of the course. Roseville certainly in second position at this stage.
Yes, I have to say Roseville looking fairly comfortable at this stage with only about 100 metres to go. But Askham still well ahead, running well within themselves.
Absolutely, and they've just a nice steady rhythm and a relatively low rate of striking, and happy to cruise over the line and claim the win in the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull for 2026. Congratulations to Askham. And they are appropriately exhausted after that one. Well done to the Askham combination. Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody. Second place is going to go to Daphne Alvarado and Matilda Gifford by the looks of things from Roseville. And they claim the silver medal. Now back to third place. This is a contest between two Loretto Kirribilli crews. It will be the crew in lane 3, Marley Ray and Tilly Farrell, who claim the third and final medal ahead of their colleagues Francesca Vellabarden and Rose Middleton in lane 4. And that finalises race 25, the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. And just as we await the presentation of the next race, John, quick shout out if James Henderson, that's James Henderson, if you are in the Regatta Park, James, can you please make your way to the slushy shop to meet your parents? That's James Henderson. Thank you.
The next presentation is race 24, the schoolgirl Year 10-8. Our bronze medalists representing Pymble Ladies, Blair Elliott, Aurora Zhang, Miller Leal Henville, Siri Tabenslag, Rose Jones, Gemma Thiel, Lulu Hill, Kate Lonergan, and Cox Emma Wang. Thanks. This is Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 10-8. In second place, representing St Catherine's, Miller Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Stella Copland, Charlize Morgan, Ingzi Dive, Ava Jamison, Georgia Love, Delphi Walsman, Ania Ruffelli is the Cox, coached by Sophie Castellas. And our winners in Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 10-8 and gold medalists representing Loretto Normanhurst, Lara Dwyer, Sophie Whalen, Ruby Mullins, Ruby Matthews, Lucy Meek, Alexandra Hare, Anna Ward, Poppy Bensley, coxed by Rosie Lennon, coached by Hannah Kaup and Jackson Gurzoy. Please congratulate our winner and place getters in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, Race 24. Our next presentation is for the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, which was rowed as part of Race 24. But they're not quite ready yet, so we'll just postpone that for a moment.
Race 26 will be the next event on the competition lake. It'll be the para single scull recreational 500, contested by 3 athletes. You can just see they're down there on the course now, but have time for another presentation before we bring you that race. Underway in race 26, the schoolgirl para single scull over 500 metres. It's contested by 3 boats, as I said earlier. Lane 4 is a Rachel Lai from PLC Sydney, Jess Smith from Roseville in lane 5, and Michelle Lai from PLC Sydney in lane 6.
PLC have had a very strong para schoolgirl rowing program for many years, but it's great to see Roseville also has a contestant in this event.
As we saw some of these competitors line up yesterday, John, at the PLC Kings Regatta. And Jess Smith, who is in lane 5, Roseville, she was the winner yesterday as well. And it was Michelle Lai, who's currently occupying in lane 6, who came second yesterday. But, Rachel Lai, who's perhaps related to Michelle, is currently making the best of things, looking as though she's in second place, but no doubt about the leader, Jess Smith from Roseville College, coached by Sophie Brady. Congratulations, Jess. She is rapidly approaching the finish line, just having to contend with the lane markers on her stroke side. But congratulations, big hand for Jess Smith, looking poised now to claim the schoolgirl para single scull recreational 500. Well done to Roseville.
Very nice row from Jess. And we now move to the presentation for Division 2 of Race 24, the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. Our bronze medalists representing Loreto Kirribilli, Emily Buriak, Ariel Wood, Georgia Woodward, Lucia Bartlam, Eloise Roberts, Charlotte Taylor, Scarlett Hopkins, Ava Sayre, Arabella Johnston is the cox, and they're coached by Lucy Howard and Emma Bunbury. Those medals will be presented in a moment. As we see the conclusion of race 26, the schoolgirl para single scull recreational event. And second place went to Rachel Lee, and Michelle Lee was in third place. And we now move back to presentations. So repeating again, the bronze medalists in Division 2 of race 24, the schoolgirl year 10-8, Loretto Kirribilli. So we're just waiting for the presentations for Division 2 of the schoolgirl year 10-8. So we'll now proceed. Race 24, schoolgirl year 10-8, Division 2. The bronze medalists representing Loretto Kirribilli, Emily Buriak, Ariel Wood, Georgia Woodward, Lucia Bartlam, Eloise Roberts, Charlotte Taylor, Scarlett Hopkins, Ava Sayre, Arabella Johnson as the cocks, and they're coached by Lucy Howard and Emma Bunbury. Our silver medalists representing St. Catherine's, Isabel Rosinas, Matilda Jack, Beatrix DeBell Hancock, Lucia Waters, Ellie Avery, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Ellie Carr, Chloe Avramidis is the cocks, coached by Madeline Swain. And our winners and gold medalists from Loretto Normanhurst, Jacqueline Whitaker, Sally Hines, Jasper Goyne, Sahara Bernstein, Catherine Stark, Amelia Edwards, Ella Jones, Beatrix Germain, Charlotte Fagan the Cox, coached by Richard Hallett and Maya Jones. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in Division 2 of the schoolgirl year 10-8, race 24.
So congratulations to our champions and medalists, race 24. In the meantime, we'll turn our attention back to the competition lake, and race 27 is underway. It's the schoolgirl year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. And we're back to 2,000 metre racing. And we will, we'll remain with 2,000 metre racing for the rest of this morning's program, set to conclude at about 11:50 a.m, so in just under an hour. It's a race contested by 4 schools, or 3 schools rather. In lane 3 is a crew from PLC Sydney, represented by Eve Boyle, Camille Brown, Albie Cohen, Lily Sullivan and Kaylin Navarro Flood. their coxswain. In lane 4 is Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Caitlin Burney, Harper Warmerdam, Layla Mason and Ivy Fagan. Cordelia Valentine is their coxswain. In lane 5 is a Queenwood crew. That's Olivia Zeng, Bella Blackwood, Sophie Davies, Michaela Ling, Alana Elliott is their coxswain. And a second Queenwood crew is in lane 6. That's Frankie Blair, Emily Zhu, Lola Bailey, Emily Burridge and Maddie Ellison. And, through the 500 metres, it looks as though it's the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew, Bernie, Warmerdam, Mason and Fagan and Valentine who are in the lead, and not an unassailable lead at this stage, and certainly not only 500 metres through the race, but significant nonetheless, probably a length or so ahead of their closest rivals. The rain has probably calmed down a little bit, John, which is flat. Still, the water's still quite flat on account of the drizzle, but quite as heavy as it was before.
No, it's certainly softened off. It's much more pleasant to row when it's not raining.
And perhaps a bit more pleasant for the parents, spectators and coaches on the bikes as well. So 2 divisions of Year 10 Cox Squad sculling coming up.
So these are schools that don't row in the 8s in Year 10, so they continue the tradition of rowing quad sculls in Year 10. So you won't see crews in these events from Regatta Kirribilli, Regatta Normanhurst, Pymble and St Catherine's, although no. So those 4 schools are very much concentrated on the sweep, single or rowing in 8s, whereas PLC Sydney, Canberra Girls Grammar and Queenwood concentrate on quads. Now, our next presentation is race 25, which is the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. And the girls are just getting ready on the platform pontoon now. So our bronze medalists in race 25, the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, representing Loretto Kirribilli, Marley Ray and Tilly Farrell. They're coached by Zoe Fallon. And the medals are being presented by Ms. Deb McGill, the principal of St Catherine's. And our second and silver medalists representing Roseville, Daphne Alvarado and Matilda Gifford, coached by Lucy Thompson. And our winners and gold medalists representing Ascombe, Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 25, the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull.
Thank you, John. We'll turn our attention back to the lake now, where race 27 is coming into the final 750 metres or so, over 2,000 metres. It's the 3rd division of 3 in the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull category. So the next 2 races will be Division 2 and 1. In this race, it's Canberra Girls Grammar, Caitlin Burney, Harper Warmerdam, Layla Mason, Ivy Fagan and Cordelia Valentine, who you can see on the screen there, making the best of things, and they've opened up now what is a significant lead. I'd suggest their closest competitors are the crew in lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Eve Boyle, Camille Brown, Orby Cohen, Lily Sullivan and Kaylin Navarro Flood. You can see there that Canberra Girls Grammar crew on the screen. And I have to say, looking relatively unbothered, rowing quite neatly. And they come through the 1,500 metres now. And 500 metres to row.
Yeah, certainly rowing very neatly at the moment. Now, this event is being held now over 2,000 metres. For many years, the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls were rowed over 1,500 metres. But to align their schoolgirl rowing with state and nationals, they've moved, or at least state, they've moved the schoolgirl Year 10s to row to 2,000. So the girls go straight up from 1,000 metres in Year 9 to 2,000 in Year 10, whether they row in sculls or in eights.
Just as the rain starts to come down again, it is the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew who remain in the lead. And, Queenwood, I think, in lane 6 is the crew that's closest to PLC. So Queenwood in 3rd place, PLC in 2nd, and Canberra Girls Grammar certainly the race leaders at this stage.
Can we just wait till the race finishes?
And about 200 metres left to travel, but things looking as though they are going the way of Canberra Girls Grammar in Station 4. The Queenwood combination receiving some enthusiastic encouragement from the grandstand. That crew from PLC Sydney as well, just lifting their rate of striking. I think they can see the challenge coming from Queenwood over here in lane 6. But at the pointy end of the competition, Canberra Girls Grammar, there is no doubt about it, end-to-end winners in this race. Caitlin Burney, Harper Warmerdam, Layla Mason and Ivy Fagan Cox by Cordelia Valentine. A win for them, and they are stoked about it as well. High fives all round. 2nd place going the way of PLC Sydney's Eve Boyle, Camille Brown, Orby Cohen, Lily Sullivan and Caitlin Navarro-Flood taking their final couple of strokes. Congratulations to PLC. And 3rd place will be going to Colwynwood in lane 6. It's Frankie Blair, Emily Zhu, Lola Bailey, Emma Burridge, and Maddie Ellison. And yet to finish Queenwood in lane 5, who I think have just perhaps encountered some steering difficulties. A little bit further back.
We might now move to the presentation for race 26, the schoolgirl para single scull recreational 500 metre race. Our bronze medalist, representing PLC Sydney, Michelle Lee. Congratulations, Michelle. Our silver medalist, also representing PLC Sydney, Rachel Lee. And our winner and gold medalist, representing Roseville, Jess Smith, coached by Sophie Brady. Congratulations, Jess. Please congratulate the winner and place getters in race 26, the schoolgirl para-single recreational 500 metre event.
Yes, congratulations to our medalists in that event, and just a shout out for some phenomenal support coming for this final Queenwood crew to cross the line in race 27 for the 3rd division of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Perhaps encountering some difficulties on their way, but there they are, crossing the line nonetheless. Congratulations to Queenwood. We'll move along to race 28 now, which is unfolding on the course. Probably passing, they passed through 1,000 metres, I should say. It's Division 2 of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. So in lane 3 is a crew from St Catherine's. And they're represented by Coralie Harris, Lily Freeman, Elizabeth Gilchrist and Harriet Hathan Jarman, coxed by Gabrielle Brown. In lane 4 is a crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Pappas, Emily Lenfield, Lucy Dale and Eleanor Hall. Isabella Rose is their coxswain. Queenwood are in lane 5, represented by Arden Cooper-Ha, Amelia Baker, Marley Troller and Chloe Sarkiris, coxed by Thea Edgerton. And finally in lane 6, PLC Sydney, represented by Madeline Barrett, Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee and Scarlett Askew, coxed by Lola Britt. I'd suggest, John, that it is that PLC crew, I think, who is commanding this race.
Yes, they definitely have a very commanding lead at this stage from the Queenwood crew. And then back to Canberra Girls Grammar and St Catherine's. Bearing in mind that St Catherine's crew is the rowers after the 2/8s. So St Catherine's has 2/8s that will be rowing shortly. So they're going back to, they had 2/8s in the junior 8s, I think, in the year 10 8s. So a very strong representation from St Catherine's in the year 10 age group today.
So that they are PLC Sydney, rather, in lane 6. Certainly your race leaders at this stage, but it's lane 4 Canberra Girls Grammar who are actually occupying second position at this stage. Some 6.84 the margin between those two crews, and then some distance now back to the St Catherine's crew in lane 3 and to Queenwood in lane 5. So a race which is really quite spread out now. But, everything going the way of PLC Sydney. They've been in control by the looks of things of this race from the start, and coming into the final 8th of the race. Canberra Girls Grammar, well, they're still in touch, but I'd suggest it's a fairly significant margin now to compensate for. In the last 250 metres, Canberra Girls Grammar, well, they're lifting their rate of striking, but I mean, the difficulty for them is that PLC Sydney can now respond to any moves that they make. And I think they're perhaps closing the gap slightly, but it's going to take something special now to displace PLC Sydney and to snatch the gold medal from them. Into the final 100 metres of this race, or thereabouts, and PLC Sydney, well, they're looking calm and in control, and notwithstanding a late surge now from Canberra Girls Grammar, now looking poised now to claim a win in Division 2 of the Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. This is Madeline Barrett, Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee and Scarlett Askew, rather. Their coxswain Lola Britt is spurring them on to their win. And it'll be a win for PLC Sydney out of lane 6. Congratulations. The second place going the way of Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Pappas, Emily Lenfield, Lucy Dale and Eleanor Hall, and their coxswain Isabella Rose in lane 2, and a little bit further back to St Catherine's in lane 3 and Queenwood in lane 5.
So St Catherine's now coming up to the line, and they'll take third place in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls, about 2 lengths ahead of the Queenwood crew, who will now complete the race and finish in 4th. So the winners and place getters in race 28, Division 2 of the Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls, it was taken out by PLC Sydney, Canberra Girls Grammar in 2nd place, St Catherine's in 3rd and Queenwood in 4th. We now move to race 29, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. There are 4 crews on the course. In lane 3, PLC Sydney, represented by Ava Lane, Lara Rathjen, Sophie Moore, Zoe Leisha, Talia Kinnell-Seide was the Cox, coached by Arabella Rutherford. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Zoe Tran, Grace Ralston, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington, and Lucia Wildman as the Cox. In lane 5, Roseville, Hannah Ryan, Millie Phillips, Abby Harris, Sophie Ben, Amelia Firth as the Cox, coached by Karis Campbell. And in lane 6, representing Queenwood, Minnie May Ulgiati, Mirella Gillies, Eddie Mosley, Piper Sherlock, and Cox by Cara Sheeran. That's race 29, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. So crew's now coming up to the last 250 metres, and it's the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar in the lead, followed by Roseville with PLC Sydney only just behind, and then a little further back to the Queenwood crew. So Canberra Girls Grammar holding on to that lead. They're about a length and a half ahead of Roseville. Length further back to Roseville. And they're the top three as the crews enter the last 100 metres of the race. Canberra Girls Grammar maintaining a good stroke, getting good length. Blades going into the water together. Keeping it together after a grueling 1900 metres, but they've only got about 80 metres to go. And maintaining that length or two-length lead over the crew from Roseville. And Canberra Girls Grammar now come up and will take out race 29, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. Well done, Canberra Girls Grammar. Roseville being challenged by PLC, but Roseville hold them off, and Roseville would finish in second, a length ahead of the PLC Sydney crew. And we just have Queenwood to finish, and that will complete race 29. So congratulations to the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran, Grace Ralston, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington and Lucia Wildman, the winners of race 29, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls.
And some enthusiastic support coming now for the Queenwood combination in lane 6. Minnie Mail Giati, Mirella Gillies, Edie Mosley and Piper Sherlock. And Cara Sheehan, their coxswain. Congratulations to that combination. Just to finalise race 29. The first, Division 1 rather, of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Some presentations coming up shortly for those events. And race 30 now, the Schoolgirl Double Scull on the course. In lane 1 is a crew representing Loretto Normanhurst, Ava Smith and Maggie Hall. Lane 2, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, is Fleur Baseby and Hannah Watch. Lane 3 from Winona, Arabella Turner-Smith and Erica Nutt. And lane 4, a Pymble Ladies College crew, Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder. Lane 5 is Monty St Angelo, Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong. Lane 6 is a school from Askham, Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard. Lane 7 is Queenwood, Eloise Lintvelt and Genevieve Hayes. Lane 8 is Pymble Ladies combination of Edwina Harrington and Amber Eisenhower. Lane 9 is Pymble Ladies College, Serena Cummings and Charlotte Blakelock. And we've had a change in the guard up here in the commentary tower. I'm welcoming Gretel Saboto, who is the sports captain at the Askham School, to the microphone. Welcome, Gretel, to the box. It's fantastic to have you up here.
Thanks for having me.
And how's this race playing out? How are the conditions outside? The rain's calmed down a little bit by the looks of things.
Yeah, the rain's cleared. Hopefully going to be clearing more later throughout the day. And the weather on the water looks amazing. Perfect condition to row, a lot cooler than yesterday.
Absolutely. And did you have competition out here yesterday as well?
Yeah, we had the King's Pymble Regatta, which was very, very hot all day.
It was. And fortunately, I was up here in air-conditioned comfort, but I'm sure you are labouring with your colleagues down in the heat. But for the moment, we're looking back at the competition lake, and race 30 is coming to a head. And perhaps unsurprisingly, it's the crew from Monty St Angelo, by the looks of things, in lane 5. Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong, and they're in the lead. Gretel, what do you make of their technique coming into the last 200 metres of the race or so?
They look like they're very much giving this last bit of the race a big push, heaps of effort. Their style's looking amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And their closest rivals are the Askham combination, Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard, just in lane 6. But they're throwing everything at them, and including the kitchen sink in the last little bit. But plenty of work done in the early stage of this race to solidify the win for Monty St Angelo's Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong. Congratulations, crew in lane 5 on their win. Second place going to the Askham School in lane 6. And they'll claim second place. Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard, with whom I'm sure you are familiar, Gretel. Third place going away of Winona over there in lane 3. Fourth place to Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Baseby and Hannah Watch. Fifth place looking as though it'll go to Pymble Ladies College in lane 4. Followed by a Pymble Ladies College in lane 8. That's Serena Cummings and Charlotte Blakelock on the near side of the course. Seventh place to Queenwood in lane 7, Eloise Lintvelt and Genevieve Hayes. Eighth place to Loretto Normanhurst in lane 1, Ava Smith and Maggie Hall. And lane 9, yet to finish, that's Edwina Harrington and Amber Eisenhower from Pymble Ladies College. The next race is the final of the schoolgirl single scull, which looks as though it's underway, but we might have time for a presentation before that race gets up to the competition, the business end of the park. So I'll bring you that presentation just shortly.
The next presentation is for race 28, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Our bronze medalists representing St Catherine's, Coralie Harris, Lily Freeman, Elizabeth Gilchrist, Harriet Haythorne Jarman, Gabrielle Brown was the cox, and they're coached by Madeline Swain. Our silver medalists representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Pappas, Emily Ledfield, Lucy Dale, Eleanor Hall, and Isabella Rose was the Cox. And our gold medalists representing PLC Sydney, Madeline Barrett, Isabel Graves, Zui Lee, Scarlett Askew, and Lola Britt is the Cox. Congratulations, PLC. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 28, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull.
Thank you, John. And looking back at the competition lake now, it's the final of the Schoolgirl Single Scull, one of the big events of the day, Gretel. And just been having a bit of chat up here, and one of the favourites in this race, of course, one of your colleagues from the Askham School, Isabel Bugg. And she's in lane 4 and looking as though, yeah, she's got a challenge by the looks of things from, I think it might be Emily Barrett of the PLC Sydney School in lane 6. It's a relatively tight affair. Do you think Isabel's got it in enough in her tank to challenge Emily Barrett for the lead there, Gretel?
Well, Izzy's one of the hardest workers I know. She'll give it her all. She's definitely up for a challenge.
Well, certainly taking the fight to Emily Barrett, who's probably going to have to deal with a late surge. But what I haven't seen on the far side is that Heidi Heap of the Winona School is over there in lane 2. And looks as though she might, in fact, be in the lead ahead of Emily Barrett and Isabel Bugg as well. So Heidi Heap of Winona probably got half a length ahead of Emily Barrett from PLC, and she's now looking poised to claim the win for Winona in the Schoolgirl Single Scull. Gold medal for Heidi, second place now to Emily Barrett from PLC, and third place to lane 4's Isabel Bugg of the Askham School. Fourth place now going the way of Monty Sant'Angelo and Catherine Walsh. Fifth place is a little bit tighter between Pymble Winona in lane 8 and the Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. Meg Story claims 5th place. 6th place to Winona in lane 8. 7th place to Abbottsley, Matilda Marconis in lane 1. And 8th place to Claire Ferreira of Pymble Ladies College in lane 9. And finally, we have to finalise this race, Arabella Murphy of Pymble Ladies College in lane 7 will occupy 9th place. So relatively spaced out at the end there, Gretel, but certainly tough racing to be had in the last 250 metres of any race.
Yeah, everyone gave it that last big push, make it across the line, and that's really what matters.
Absolutely, you've got to put yourself in the position to challenge for the lead in the final 250 metres of any race, and certainly congratulations to Heidi Heap of Winona, gold medalist, followed by Emily Barrett and Isabel Bugg. Have some time for some presentations.
We now move to the presentation for race 27, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Our bronze medalists representing Queenwood: Frankie Blair, Emily Zhu, Lola Bailey, Emma Burridge, and Maddie Ellison was the Cox. Our silver medalists from PLC Sydney: Eve Boyle, Camille Brown, Orby Cohen, Lily Sullivan, Kaylin Navarro-Flood was the Cox. And our gold medalists representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Caitlin Burney, Harper Warmerdam, Layla Mason, Evie Fagan, and Cox by Cordelia Valentine. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 27, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull.
Thank you, John. And back on the competition lake now, the Schoolgirl 4 is unfolding in a race 32. And this race is contested only by 2 crews. Scratching in lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 4 is also a Normo crew. They're represented by Portia Gill, Elizabeth Pennington, Maddie Ferreira, Matilda English, and their coxswain, Charlotte Lamp. A scratching from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5, but Tara School is in lane 6, and they are represented by Gemma Waterhouse, Nicole Jai, Kelly Lee, Anna Ryan, and Mackenzie Track is their coxswain. And at this stage, might be Tara School in the lead, I think, in lane 6. Probably about a boat length, you say, Gretel?
Yep, just around a boat length. But, you know, that last 250 metres, again, what I was saying before, like that push to really get over the finish line.
Yeah, that's right. Probably about a boat length and plenty to row for Loretto Normanhurst. But just wonder whether Tara School has done enough to hang on to this one. 250 metres or thereabouts to row. Now looking relatively tidy. I think they're increasing their rate as they come into the last 200 metres now. And looks as though they've got a relative crowd of people jogging alongside them to support them into the final climax of their race. But Tara School now looking very tidy. Waterhouse, G, Lai, Ryan and Track. And you can see just on the live stream that they're really rowing the boat in good time and with good power into the finish. That's the Tara crew in lane 6, and only a 2-horse race this one, but Tara School looking poised to claim the Schoolgirl 4 honours at the 2026 IGSA Regatta, ahead of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4. Congratulations to Tara. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4, settling for 2nd place. And we might have a start in a moment in race 33, which is the Schoolgirl 2nd Cox Quad Scull, but we may have time for some presentations in the meantime.
The next presentation is for race 30, the Schoolgirl Double Scull. That will be presented by Dr. Kate Hadwin from Pymble. Principal. The 3rd place and bronze medalists representing Winona, Arabella Turner-Smith and Erica Nutt. They're coached by Joshua Hewitt. Our silver medalists representing Ascombe, Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebillard, coached by Oliver Klotz and Lizzie Chapman. And our winners and gold medalists from Monte St. Angelo, Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong, coached by Joshua Hewitt. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 30, the schoolgirl double scull.
All right, thank you, John. And looking back now at the competition lake on this drizzly morning, and race 33 is unfolding, and I'm pleased to be joined for the final couple of races. And John and I will be welcomed by Chris McCarthy, no stranger to the commentary box up here. And Chris, race 33 is underway. Lane 2, Queenwood, Charlotte Garner, Charlotte McWilliam, Chelsea Yates, Tessa Calvley and Jess Salmon. Lane 3 is MLC. Nicola Keese, Jemima Blake, Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Ella Hugh and Steffi Liang. Lane 4 is Roseville, Emily Wang, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestich and Azia Chapman. Lane 5 is PLC Sydney's Chloe Lau, Vicky Russell, Willow Swift, Carla Rasica and Isabella McFarlane. Lane 6 is Askins, Jemima Crawford, Clover Nolan, Bianca Pellegrini, Zoe Threlfall and Caitlin Heald. Lane 7 is Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Georgina Leggett, Katja Economos, Adelaide Potts, Emily Roy and Grace Rolston. And Chris, we're about 1,250 metres down.
Yeah, and we can see on the screen there, if you've got a view of the big screen or you're joining us on the live stream in the comfort of a drier place than here out at Penrith, the Queenwood crew on the right of the picture that we're zooming in there with the number 2 on their bow. Currently running in second place behind the MLC crew to the left-hand side of the picture with the number 3 on the bow. You can just see the heads of the Coxes there. The MLC crew, that's Steffi Lang and Jazz Salmon in the Queenwood crew, urging their crews on as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. We'll get a better indication of the margins, but what is certain is that those two crews have taken an impressive lead on the rest of the field. And it is the combination from MLC leading, but only narrowly, and that margin has shrunk since the 1,000 metre mark. So Queenwood reeling in an early lead from the MLC crew here in the second quad. It's only less than a quarter of a length. It's less than a canvas in it with 500 metres to row. So this is certainly anyone's game in this, despite it being wet as the rain clears just a little bit. Some pretty glassy conditions here, Michael.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, fascinating competition developing there between the crews on the far side of the course. Queenwood lane 2, MLC in lane 3. Queenwood certainly hunting to dislodge the early lead enjoyed by MLC. Back in the minor placings are Roseville in lane 4 and PLC Sydney in lane 5. Just back a little bit. They're certainly at the pointy end of the race. Queenwood and MLC, well, they're going toe-to-toe now as they come into the final 250 metres. Look as though Queenwood might have just put their noses in front, Chris.
Yeah, it's certainly tight, and we've got some spread out margins here. Our gold and silver medalists will almost certainly be Queenwood and MLC, but the order in which they'll cross still as yet to be determined. 250 metres left to row now, and I think you called that correctly, Michael, in that Queenwood, that's the Queenwood crew of Charlotte Garner, Charlotte McWilliam, Chelsea Yates, Tessa Calvley and Jazz Salmon on the strings in the bow there. Maybe just put their bow in front, but MLC, they've seen the challenge and they have responded. Nicola Keese, Jemima Blake, Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Ella Hugh, Steffi Lang the Cox, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Meisel, who are responding now, and they're not letting Queenwood get away with it. MLC have led in the early stages of this race. They're about to cross into the red boys of the last 100 metres here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It's Queenwood and MLC here in the second schoolgirl Cox quad scull. Queenwood just with the advantage coming into the final strokes of the race. MLC are lifting, as you said it many times today, Michael, throwing the kitchen sink at it. But I think Queenwood have done enough in the closing strokes of this race. It is going to be Queenwood who are going to take out the IGSA Regatta in the second schoolgirl quad by just under half a length, reversing the order at the 1,500. There'll be disappointment there for MLC, but a great finish for Queenwood coming through in the shadow of the post there. And it'll be some way back to the nearest challengers in PLC Sydney, having quite a comfortable row. From Roseville, rather, who are just in my blind spot there, who are still having quite a comfortable row, a good 3 or 4 lengths ahead of PLC Sydney here. It is the Roseville crew who will collect the bronze medal ahead of PLC Sydney and Canberra Girls Grammar, and then the Askham crew just pulling off to the side, trailing behind, and they'll round out this second schoolgirl quad.
Both of those crews, Chris, appropriately exhausted after that one. Really fantastic effort from Queenwood just to pip MLC School on the line. Congratulations to those crews.
And the next race is approaching thick and fast. It is actually almost encroaching on our trailing crews in the second quad, but MLC in lane 3, Roseville in lane 4, PLC in lane 5, Askham in 6, and Tara in 7. And all attention on the far side of the course once again, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quite as tight as we saw in the previous race. MLC there on the far side of the course. Clementine Hendricks, Rebecca Beaton, Eve Parker, Sophie Winnell, and Alana Ang, the Cox. We've got a very comfortable lead there on the far side of the course. So if you're joining us on the live stream, the crew just on the left-hand side of the picture there is the Askham second quad from the last race, but we're focusing our attention a little bit further up on those trailing 3 crews. It is MLC leading Roseville, and then Tara on the near side of the course. They look our likely podium finishers here in the schoolgirl first quad.
Yeah, no doubt about our race leaders, Chris. MLC School in lane 3. They've done the work nice and early, and well poised now to respond to any late challenge from the Sky Blue of Roseville in lane 4. But as you say, Tara School in lane 7 not too far off either, but those are the prospective medalists at this stage. And yeah, MLC now we're just lifting their rate of striking. As you can see them on the live stream, it's a fantastic display of sculling, and yeah, they really are putting themselves through the gears now and willing to open up a bit more of a gap as they pass across the grandstand, and looking as though they will extend their lead. They've been in the ascendancy throughout this race. MLC on the far side, Hendricks Beaton, Parker, Winnell, and Ang in poised to claim the silverware in the schoolgirl first Cox Quad Scull for the IGSA Regatta in 2026, and receiving some enthusiastic support from the grandstand. Congratulations to MLC, who claimed the gold medal. Second place looking as though it'll go to Roseville in lane 4. And a little bit of a distance back then to Tara, who've mounted a fantastic little surge at the end just to please the crowd, but settling for the bronze medal. Congratulations to those crews, and a little bit back now to PLC Sydney in lane 5 and Askham in lane 6.
The next presentation is for race 31, the schoolgirl single scull. And the bronze medalist representing Askham, Isabel Bugg, coached by Olivia Klutz and Lizzie Chapman. Congratulations, Isabel. Our silver medalist representing PLC Sydney, Emily Barrett. Well done, Emily. And our winner and gold medalist from Winona, Heidi Heap, coached by Joshua Hewitt. Congratulations, Heidi. Please congratulate our winner and place getters in race 31, the final of the schoolgirl single scull.
Thanks, John. And race 35 on the competition lake now. It's the penultimate event of today's program. It's the schoolgirl second 8, so one of the big ones So get down to the grandstand if you're in the park. This is shaping up to be quite a challenge. You can just see the crews passing through the 500 metres now. But schools represented on the course at the moment: Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, Queenwood in lane 4, St Catherine's in lane 5, and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6, Chris.
Yeah, it's set to be an interesting one here, and pretty decent field with 4 schools represented, and still overlap there at the 500. Pymble Ladies College, known for getting out to a quick start in these 8s races, and certainly delivered on that in the early stages here at the IGSA Regatta, and still had some overlap back to Queenwood there, followed by St Catherine's and Kirribilli. So in lane order from the furthest to the nearest side of the course at the 500 metre mark. But as we saw in the year 10-8s, earlier, the first 500, not always a solid predictor. We saw St Catherine's going out strong in that event, and then Loretto Normanhurst coming through. But Pymble Ladies College at the moment leading from Queenwood, St Catherine's and Kirribilli.
We now move to the presentation for race 32, the Schoolgirl 4. So presentations for race 32, the Schoolgirl 4. Our silver medalists for race 32, the Schoolgirl 4. Representing Tara, Gemma Waterhouse, Nicole G, Kelly Lee, Hannah Ryan. Mackenzie Track was the Cox, and they're coached by Laura Brenese. I'm sorry, Loretto Normanhurst are the silver medalists. Portia Gill, Elizabeth Pennington, Maddie Ferrara, Matilda English, Harriet Lamp, coached by Will Newnham and Jack Crampton. Loretto Normanhurst silver medalists in the Schoolgirl 4, that's race 32. And our gold medalists and winners, Tara, Gemma Waterhouse, Nicole G, Kelly Lee, Hannah Ryan, Mackenzie Track was the Cox, coached by Laura Brenese. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in the Schoolgirl 4, race 32.
Thanks, John. And back on the lake, race 35, the second 8 is heating up. It's, as we mentioned before there, Chris, the Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, and you can see them on the screen now. Well, they're in control, and they've extended their lead.
Yeah, a combination of Genevieve Bazina, Caitlin Bilney, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Taubenschlag, Georgina Curtis, Zara Kinnabar and Emily Bartrup, the Cox, coached by James Blakeman, who I'm sure will be very, very pleased despite getting a good soaking out on the bike following this race down the course. That's Pymble Ladies College crew. Certainly in control as they were yesterday, and as their first 8 were yesterday as well at the Kings PLC Regatta. It's a bit of a predictor for this event, and barring disaster, I think the top 4 here, all 4 competitors, will be the top 4 of course, have separated themselves enough to cement their places. St Catherine's look very strong there in 3rd, but I think they've left themselves a little bit too much work to do. They brought the rate right up in the closing strokes here, but they've, as I said, maybe just left a little bit too much work to do to overcome Queenwood in the closing strokes. Pymble Ladies College, though, they're not letting the margin get to them. They have lifted regardless of the comfortable lead they hold, and they are pushing even further away from Queenwood as they approach the Red Boys. About 150, 200 metres left to row here. The Pymble Ladies College, they're about almost 3 lengths clear of Queenwood. who are responding to St Catherine's, but they'll be safe. Loretto Kirribilli trailing back and forth. They'll miss out on the podium at this rate here in the second 8.
It's a phenomenal surge there by the Pymble ladies crew in the lead, and relatively unchallenged this whole race. They've just extended incrementally their lead as the race has worn on. A win for Pymble Ladies College in the second 8. Congratulations. Second place is going to go the way of Queenwood, some length or two back. And similarly strong and powerful coming into the line by that Queenwood crew. St Catherine's will claim third place. Again, a similar margin, probably 2 length. And then back to Loretto Kirribilli out of lane 6, who claim 4th place.
.702 for the Pymble Ladies College crew, which is a very handy time in the second 8 indeed, and we'll see if we can have any how much quicker the first 8s can go. And the first 8s, the final race of the day here at the IGSA Regatta, underway now, 2,000 metres away, and they'll be with us shortly. Pymble Ladies in lane 2, Queenwood in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst in station 5, St Catherine's in lane 6, and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. Few interesting ones about this race, Michael. Pymble Ladies off the back of a dominant win yesterday. St Catherine's with their first race of the season yesterday were a little way off the pace, but you'd think they have even more higher ceiling and more to go, and they'll improve quickly. They missed all of Term 4's racing due to, they didn't come to a couple of races, and then due to the weather at the All Schools Regatta, and so yesterday was their first showing, so no doubt they'll improve at a rate of knots on the second race under the new head coach, John Keogh.
Yeah, we've seen, just to talk about St Catherine's and the surge, I suppose the rise of that program in the past couple of years, Chris, and now under the guidance of John Keogh, of course, former coach at the Women's National Training Centre here in Penrith. But just a quick word on the Pymble Ladies College program, which we've just seen go from strength to strength this year. Are we seeing a return to the dominance of Pymble Ladies College in the 2000s?
Yeah, for sure. There was a couple of years there where things weren't looking as good for Pymble Ladies College. They were sort of just making the podium for a couple of years in a row, and started to look a bit stronger the last 2 years. Had a great row at Nationals last year, certainly their best of the season, but didn't quite get a medal, but come back with a vengeance in 2026. Harry Randall doing great things with those senior 8s. Of course, a lot of those girls coming out of the national record-breaking Year 10-8 from Pymble Ladies College last year, and it is Pymble who are just over a length ahead at the 500 metre mark, and see St Catherine's to the right-hand side of the picture there on the live stream, who are doing their best to stay with them. They'll know that Pymble starts strong, and if they can stay in touch through the first half of the race, they might have a shot should they be able to draw on anything in the second half of the race. There's Kirribilli and Queenwood. Queenwood maybe just holding third from Kirribilli in fourth. And we had Canberra Girls Grammar on the far side as well. We haven't mentioned too much yet, but another interesting combination, a school that typically found in the Quad Scull, and a couple of those girls were at Henley Royal Regatta in the Quad Scull last year, and having a crack at the big boat this year, and it'll be interesting to see how they shape up to one of the programs that traditionally spend a bit more time rowing with one oar rather than two. Here's the Pymble crew approaching the 1,000 metre mark. We'll get a better idea of the margins through here. Is anyone in touch and going to leave themselves room to mount a challenge in the second half of this race?
Well, just looking at that Pymble combination on the screen, Chris, it's no surprise to see why they are in the lead, and we'll check the margins as they come through the 1,000. There they go, but such a powerful stroke being applied by that Pymble Ladies combination, and there it is, the nearest competitor, St Catherine's in lane 6, and then the race could be on for that bronze medal position between Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli, but then a little bit of distance back then to St Catherine's in lane 6 and Loretto Normanhurst in 5, but certainly plenty to play for that bronze medal.
Fast too. Yesterday was reasonably quick. I think a mid 640s for Pymble, and today dead flat conditions here in the rain, and looks like they're going even quicker. Even the crews at the back of the pack were sort of around that 3:30 mark through the 1,000 metre mark, and if under 7 minutes and the school go late, sort of the benchmark time. If we could have, people finishing off the podium under 7 minutes. I think that's a real credit to the strength of schoolgirl rowing at the moment. How about this St Catherine's crew? They're just look calm, composed. They don't have the rate right up, which indicative of the sort of, let's say, lack of racing this season. Still building into things. If they can sharpen up a little bit from that, I'd say there will be a threat later on in the season. Just a few weeks behind at the moment in terms of the racing experience, but some serious experience on board there in the St Catherine's crew. You've got Florence Hennessy in the stroke seat, who was in the Australian Junior 8 at the World Championships last year and competed at the Henley Royal Regatta with St Catherine's the year before, I do believe. Older brother Ambrose has headed off to Boston University to row. He is the world champion in perpetuity in the Junior Cox 4. But St Catherine's some way behind now, 11 seconds. Pymble Ladies College have really stamped their authority on this race and on this field for the rest of the season. 11 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark. Put that in context, they beat Kinross yesterday by about 10 seconds over 2,000 metres. So Pymble invigorated by that win yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very loud shot across the bow, Chris, between the 1,000 metres and the 1,500. Coming into the last quarter of their race now, Pymble Ladies College looking poised to return the silverware to Pymble this year. 11 seconds, as you say. Have a look at, though, the competition developing for that bronze medal places between Queenwood, I'd suggest, in lane 3 and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4. Yeah,
Kirribilli just in front. Queenwood pushing up on them. Queenwood, no doubt, have spotted Canberra Girls Grammar, who are throwing everything at it in the closing strokes here. So that race for the podium could impact it's really 3 crews who are in the running there. Kirribilli looking best placed to land that bronze medal. But Pymble Ladies now entering the red boys. Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Landgrebe, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Alesson, Millie Callanane, Leander McLaughlin and Mia Solomons, the Cox, coached by Harrison Randall. A statement victory here at the IGSA Regatta. It'll be Pymble Ladies College by a very healthy margin. 6:33 for Pymble Ladies College. That is rapid.
And almost completely unchallenged for that lead. Second place is going to go the way of St Catherine's in lane 6. A very strong performance from them. But have a look at the competition, Chris, for the bronze medal. It's between Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. They're coming up on Kirribilli. They're going to snatch at Canberra Girls Grammar from Loretto Kirribilli. Can you believe it? A phenomenal surge in the last 500 from the girls from the territory. Unbelievable. You would have thought for sure that Kirribilli claimed it, but just in the end, Canberra Girls Grammar by probably less than a canvas, you would have thought.
Margin says 0.47, but boy, I think it was less than that. What a row from Canberra Girls Grammar. They were in 5th at the 1,500 metre mark. They have turned on the afterburners in the closing strokes. So great signs for the traditional sculling program from the ACT. Head coach Kaz Pipers will be very pleased indeed with, can't remember what Stuart calls them, the mean green machine from the girls from the ACT, whatever he calls it. Go back and look at the schoolgirl quad from Nationals last year. Fantastic call from our colleague Stuart.
Recapping the results of this schoolgirl first day to the IGSA Regatta. A win for Pymble Ladies College, unofficially in a time of 6 minutes 36 seconds. Second place to St Catherine's. Third place Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth place Loretto Kirribilli. Fifth place to Queenwood. And sixth place Loretto Normanhurst. Thanks, John. We'll return to some presentation.
What a great race and fantastic row from Pymble. We now move to the presentations for race 33, the schoolgirl second Cox Quad Scull. In third place, and our bronze medalists, Roseville, Emily Wang, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestick, Zia Chapman, coached by Alex Brown. In second place, representing MLC, Nicola Keast, Jemima Blake, Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Ella Hugh, Steffi Liang was the Cox, coached by Charlotte Almond and Rafi Stanford Measle. And our gold medalists, Queenwood, Charlotte Garner, Charlotte McWilliam, Chelsea Yates, Tessa Calverley, and Jazz Salmon was the Cox. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 33, Schoolgirls second, Cox Quad Scull. The next presentation is for race 34, the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad Scull. And our bronze medalists representing Tara, Rita Liu, Isabel Dumolov, Layla Odbert, Amy Rouse, and Charlotte Goy is the Cox. They're coached by Jessie Allen. Our silver medalists representing Roseville, Annabelle O'Byrne, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson, Alex Davies is the Cox, and they're coached by Jack Henderson. And our winners and gold medalists representing the MLC school. Clementine Hendricks, Rebecca Beaton, Eve Parker, Sophie Winnell, Alana Ung is the Cox, and they're coached by Charlotte Almond and Rafi Stanford Maisel. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 34, the schoolgirl first Cox Quad Scull. The next presentation is for race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Our bronze medalists representing we'll just confirm this is race 22. The next presentation is for race 29, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Our bronze medalists representing PLC Sydney, Ava Lane, Lara Rathjen, Sophie Moore, Zoe Leisha, Talia Kindleside as the Cox, and they're coached by Arabella Rutherford. And then our silver medalists from Roseville, Hannah Ryan, Millie Phillips, Abby Harris, Sophie Ben, Amelia Firth as the Cox, and they're coached by Karis Campbell. And our winners and gold medalists from Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran, Grace Ralston, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington, and Lucia Wildman was the Cox. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in race 29, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. The next presentation is for race 35, the schoolgirl second 8. Our bronze medalists representing St Catherine's: Holly Corcoran, Isla Tink, Phoebe Sherrard, Aroa Tomu Campbell, Stella Oloderick Smith, Taylor Morgan, Georgie Smith, Zoe Elliott, Bridie McGregor as the Cox, and they're coached by Luca Roncolato. In second place, representing Queenwood, Penelope Rolls, Virginia Dixon, Gemma Wirrell, Bronte Hanna, Arabella Line, Isla McMillan, Jasmine Ramsey, Chloe Grimmond, and Cox by Juliet Yardley. And our winners and gold medalists representing Pymble: Genevieve Bazina, Caitlin Bilney, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Tubbenslag, Georgina Curtis, Zara Kinneber, and their Cox, Emily Bartrop, coached by James Blackman. Congratulations to our winners and place getters in race 35, the schoolgirl second 8. We now move to the presentations for race 36, the schoolgirl first aid. You all remember that very dominant performance of Pimble in a very quick time of 6:36. So in third place, and our bronze medalists, when the girls shuffle themselves. Representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney, Mia Wiley, Eliza Punch, Lara Clues, Camilla Griffin, Chloe Owen, Sophie Murphy, Charlotte Bowen, and Rebecca Alicia is the Cox. And in second place, and our silver medalist, St. Catherine's. Lillian Araj, Madeline Innes, Genevieve Links, Stella Dodwell, Sarah Rupnick-Williams, Ashley Innes, Matisse Borthwick, Florence Hennessy, Xenia Shue was the Cox and coached by John Kehoe. And our winners and gold medalists from Pimble Ladies, Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Landgrab, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Ollison, Millie Cullinane, Leanna McLaughlin, and Cox by Mia Solomons, coached by Harrison Randell. Please congratulate our winners and place getters in the schoolgirl first aid for 2026.
Regatta yesterday. The trophy for that will be presented by the Christy Gent, Director of Sport for PLC Sydney. So if a Canberra Girls Grammar representative is around, would you please make yourself known to Christy down there on the presentation dais. Anyone from Canberra Girls Grammar? Any representative from Canberra Girls Grammar School, you could just make yourself known to Christy down on the middle podium. All right. Presentation for the winners of the overall point score for the PLC Kings Regatta, represented by Canberra Girls Grammar. Trophy presented by Christy Gent, Director of Sport for PLC Sydney. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar School. So the presentation of that trophy concludes our presentation this morning at the IGSA Regatta, and thank you for your attendance both today and yesterday if you were out here for the PLC Kings Regatta for a blockbuster weekend of racing. Thanks to John Halley and Chris McCarthy for their contribution in the announcers box this morning. We'll see you out here again in a couple of short weeks' time for the Rowing New South Wales State Championship for 2026.